roll call, please.
You let us know if there's any sound or video.
Vice Chairman
I'm going to
DeLucas,
keep you on.
Present.
Commissioner Nick,
Well, not now.
Commissioner Reesma,
Present.
Commissioner Bremen, and for the record, alternate Commissioner Zemer will be present as Chairman Niemeyer has an excused absence.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple of things to go over real quick, guys. If you wish to address the commission on any item listed on the agenda, please complete a speaker request card and submit it to the box office located in the lobby of the Performing Arts Center prior to the close of the public hearing. Due to the large number of individuals wishing to speak today, each speaker will be limited to 2 minutes to ensure everyone has an opportunity to address the commission. As appointed members of the Planning Commission, we will uphold the city's code of ethics voluntarily and unanimously adopted by the City Council. During this meeting, each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. Actions taken today will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for any personal gain. Materials related to an item on this agenda are submitted to the commission after distribution of the agenda packet, are available for public inspection in the city clerk's office located at 220 East Mountain View Street, Suite A, Barstow, California, during normal business hours. Such documents are also available on the City of Barstow's website at www.barstowca.org and are subject to staff's ability to post those documents. Toward speakers, commissioners, staff, and members of the general public. Disruptive behavior, interruptions, shouting, or any other disturbances will not be permitted. Please silence and lower the volume on all cell phones and electronic devices. Food and beverages are not permitted inside the Performing Arts Center auditorium. Thank you for your cooperation and courtesy as we conduct today's meeting. At this time, we will open the public hearing for item number 1. The time is 1:19. City Attorney, Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The public hearing is regarding the general plan update, the Barstow International Gateway big specific plan and related actions. The recommended action is that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing to hear from the community and, if desired, adopt resolution number 600/2026, recommending that the City Council certify the city's general plan and Barstow International Gateway big project non-impact report, make findings of fact, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, and adopt mitigation monitoring and reporting programs. Approve the city's general plan and the big specific plan. Approve the development agreement with BNS. Residential zone district, eliminate the estate residential zone district, require adopted specific plans to be incorporated by reference into the Barstow Municipal Code, with copies available for review at the City Clerk's office, and repeal Chapter 1.05 as it is unnecessary and superseded by the updated general plan, and make conforming amendments throughout Title 12 and Title 19 regarding the same. Before we begin the staff presentation, I will turn to our translation service to make the announcement regarding translation services in both English and Spanish.
Buenas Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Víctor Salinas, soy uno de los intérpretes que les estará asistiendo esta tarde con interpretación. Si necesita un dispositivo de interpretación, por favor pasar al frente, al lado de la taquilla, y ahí le podré asistir. Good afternoon, my name is Victor Salinas. I will be one of the interpreters assisting with interpretation today. If you need an interpretation device, please come to the front, next to the box office, and I'll assist you right there. Thank you. Thank you.
Volume up? Can you turn your volumes up?
We'll ask the staff at the box office to turn the volume up on the audio so the community can hear better. And with that, we'll turn to the city manager.
Thank you, City Attorney Summers, Chair and Planning Commission. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rochelle Clayton, Barstow City Manager. I'd like to welcome everyone, including residents, property owners, agencies, project applicants, technical consultants, and members of the public. I'm going to go over a brief overview of the purpose and process for this special meeting of the Planning Commission. Today's public hearing is to consider the general plan and zoning updates, the Barstow International Gateway Specific Plan, and the proposed project, which includes the development agreement, treatment of track map, road maintenance agreement, and easements, as City Attorney Summers stated. With an estimated investment of $4 billion, this is a significant undertaking and potentially far-reaching impacts for transportation, economic development, environmental resources, public safety, and quality of life. The purpose of this hearing is to provide a transparent public forum for the presentation of the project, review of the planning and environmental considerations, and receive public testimony. The Commission's role today is to carefully evaluate the information presented, consider the plans, laws, and regulations, and ensure all interested parties have an opportunity to be heard. We recognize that the projects of this scale can generate strong opinions and legitimate questions. We ask that everyone participate respectfully and professionally so that the Commission can maintain a fair, orderly, and productive hearing process. For today's meeting, we will begin with staff's presentation with an overview of the general plan update and the project and the environmental, as well as the environmental impact report, including an applicant's presentation. The Commission Chair will then open the public hearing for public testimony and comments, which will include 2 minutes per speaker or 4 minutes if translation is needed to ensure that the speaker and translator have sufficient time. And all speakers will be called up in order of their assigned number. The names and numbers of the next 5 speakers will be projected on the large screen back in this area to my left, your right. All testimony will be considered as part of the Commission's deliberations, and we encourage speakers to focus your comments on relevant planning, environmental, transportation, infrastructure, and community issues associated with the proposal. With that, at this time, I will turn it over to Community Development Director Hildreth to provide information on the general plan and zoning updates.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. Good afternoon. As she indicated, my name is Chris Hildreth. I'm your Community Development Director. What I'm going to be going over is the general plan update that we have been conducting. Barstow has been at the center of economic activity and trade dating back centuries. Barstow experienced lots of growth since the railroads came to town and continued to blossom through the 1950s all the way up to about the 1980s. Over the past 35 years, we have had a number of proposals for new ideas, new job creators, massive economic development opportunities, but frankly, we've stalled out. We focused on some short-term updates in 2015, and then in 2020, we kept hearing about potential development interests, including big. On the map, you can see some of that interest was in residential, of course, the casino, and some other industrial users across the city. So we saw the potential for thousands of new homes and jobs, and immediately understood that we had to undertake a comprehensive review of all of our long-range plans. As you can imagine, that's a lot to consider. And if we just evaluate each of these individual projects at one time, we risk missing something if they all come to fruition. The city's job is to make sure growth and development can be accommodated while making sure everything will work and our quality of life can improve. We have to make sure the roads will still work, your toilets will flush, your water will still flow for both existing and future residents, businesses, and institutions. So we built a team to help us evaluate all this potential growth. City staff and city consultants prepared citywide studies and plans, reviewed and integrated BNSF studies and plans into ours, and then we ensured analysis and plans were accurate, feasible, and integrated into the overall system. Out of all the various tools and systems the city uses to keep everything organized and functioning, the general plan serves as the hub. But all these planning systems need to be in sync and be consistent. As you can see in this illustration, everything works together, and if anything is misaligned, it will not work. The general plan serves as the hub because it provides long-term vision for how Barstow will improve. The general plan serves as the primary signpost for making decisions and investments. This plan is used by your city council, your planning commissioners, city staff to help make decisions when looking at development applications, creating budgets, and updating other plans. Additionally, everyone else uses this plan, like developers and property owners, and members of the public can use this document to help them understand how and why the city makes decisions, which can in return help them make their own decisions about their own property, neighborhood, and businesses. As I've previously said, the general plan provides the long-term vision. We're planning they want to see and what questions they have about potential changes. And so the city conducted extensive public outreach for the last 4 years, reaching thousands of community members in and around Barstow. During the outreach sessions, there were a lot of priorities we heard from the community, such as, we want you to encourage investment in the community. We want livable wage jobs and careers. We want new housing opportunities. Support local schools and the community college. Improve public service, safety, increase recreation activities as well. At the same time, we have a lot of questions. When will this all happen? How will this growth affect me? How many jobs? How will I get a job? Is there going to be job training available? Will there be a lot of truck traffic? Can the infrastructure handle it? Where will the schools and parks go? During the process, we also spoke to a lot of public agencies, especially those that serve Barstow, but also those that oversee and coordinate matters at the region, state, and national levels. So, the many years of working on this document have brought us here today, this afternoon. The proposed new general plan and a new vision for the city of Barstow. We want to honor our past while at the same time push forward, creating a complete community where our residents thrive, where visitors discover why we call Barstow home, all while enabling our current and future businesses to flourish. The easiest way for me to show you some of the most substantial changes is to compare our current and our proposed land use maps. Here we have our current land use map, which allows a lot of development both in the city and in unincorporated areas. We want new investment and new development, but at the same time, we want to develop responsibility. What does that mean? As you can see here in the current land use map, we have colors all over the map. And we thought we could do better at organizing these land uses. Also, we wanted to avoid making a mistake, as we've seen repeated in so many other cities throughout California, where the new neighborhoods get the new parks, the new shops, the new schools, and the existing neighborhoods and downtowns are often set aside. We wanted to avoid creating a new Barstow and an old Barstow. During making sure new residents directly support and see the value in improving our existing parks, existing schools, and the downtown. Other changes include focusing on new job-generating uses outside of Central Barstow, integrated the plan for the big project, created a spot for future job-generating uses through a new business park and land use, modifying our land use map to reflect county land use designations outside of city boundaries, and refining the alignment of Veterans Parkway to connect the east to the west. These land use changes, along with the improvements for transportation and infrastructure, set the stage for our growth. And with the opportunities in front of us, Barstow could double in the size over the next 20 years. The land use map is just part of the city's general plan. The majority of the general plan consists of policies and actions that address various aspects of how to improve and grow Barstow. These aspects are grouped into topics in which are called elements. In addition to the new vision I spoke of earlier, the land use element focuses on priorities like compatibility between adjacent land uses. And the circulation and mobility element focuses on making it easier to get and move around Barstow. The housing element seeks ways to assist our existing residents and create more new housing opportunities. We also emphasize improving our parks, recreation opportunities, and conserving our natural resources. With all of this potential growth, a key issue is ensuring our public services, infrastructure, and our emergency services to continue to be able to be reliable, cost-effective, and give us the ability to protect and prosper. Throughout all these elements, the city addressed the topic of environmental justice, prioritizing improvements for conditions and services in those neighborhoods that are most disadvantaged. And with all these potential changes to the general plan, the city is making parallel changes to the zoning ordinance to ensure consistency in the city's planning system. This includes the adoption of the Big Specific Plan, which will serve as the regulatory zoning document for the development and implementation of the big project. With that, at this time, I'd like to invite Lena Kent to the stage so she can walk us through the big project and the proposed specific plan.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, commissioners, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Lena Kent, and I've been with BNSF now. Before we get into the merits of the project, I did want to just talk a few minutes about BNSF and who we are as a company. BNSF Railway is one of the largest freight rail networks in the entire United States. We're owned by Berkshire Hathaway. We have 32,500 route miles in 28 states and 3 Canadian provinces, with roughly 1,200 trains moving at any given time a day and over 10 million units moved annually. BNSF is the backbone of the nation's supply chain. Our workforce includes approximately 37,000 employees that we believe keep America moving. BNSF and its predecessors have been a part of Barstow, the community of Barstow, for well over 140 years, since 1886. Barstow's connection to the railroad is reflected in the city's name. The city of Barstow is named after William Barstow Strong, who served as the president of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway, a predecessor of the BNSF Railway. Today, BNSF currently employs approximately 1,000 employees here in the Barstow area. The Barstow community is deeply connected to rail, and BIG builds upon that legacy. I want to spend a couple minutes and talk about how goods currently move here in Southern California. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, otherwise known as the San Pedro Bay ports, are the largest port complex in the United States and handle approximately 30% of the goods entering into the country. Those containers are often moved by truck to Inland Empire and Los Angeles-based warehouses, and they're moved by truck currently. When they arrive at that warehouse, the contents of that truck are taken out and they're transloaded into another container. So you may have a container that comes in and there's 100 TVs, 100 pair of tennis shoes, and they're all consolidated into one container. A truck then picks that container up and moves it back on the highway to either a downtown rail yard in Los Angeles or San Bernardino, where it's loaded onto a train to move back through this region. Or it's taken by truck to destinations across the country. It's not really very efficient, and we think we have a better way to do it. I did want to talk a couple minutes about, as you all recall, during the pandemic, during COVID, we had ships that were backed up at shore, we had warehouses that were overflowing, we had truck shortages that were creating delays, and consumers experienced widespread shortages of products that they needed to survive on. And as a result of that, we were contacted at both the federal and state level as to whether or not we could come up with some solutions that would help alleviate that from happening again. We believe that BIG will do just that, or at least help on that front. That is where the Barstow International Gateway was born, otherwise known as BIG. It's designed to change the process by moving goods more efficiently by rail instead of on our nation's highways by truck. BIG would allow cargo to move by train directly from the ports of LA and Long Beach through the underutilized Alameda corridor. The project is more than $4 billion of private investment and would create a state-of-the-art master plan intermodal facility. BIG would fully integrate and transload operations, including on-site warehouses, development, and provides access to one of the fastest intermodal routes and largest hub networks in the country. The goal here is to create a more efficient, cost-competitive, and sustainable supply chain solution. This map shows the full BIG footprint, including the intermodal facility, transload warehouse, and a solar farm and supporting infrastructure. The site plan illustrates how the facility would be organized to support efficient movement of containers between trains, trucks, and warehouses. The design includes private roads internal to the facility, stormwater basins, new rail lines, and multiple access points. The layout is engineered to maximize efficiency while minimizing impacts on public roadways and surrounding neighborhoods. Additionally, there are approximately 636 acres for the Mojave River buffer, more than 15% of the total property area. Of that, 545 acres have been set aside as a conservation easement and will never be developed. I think there's been a lot of misconceptions out there about the project, and hopefully this helps clarify a few of those. BIG will operate as a closed-loop system. So trains will come in from the ports of LA and Long Beach, will be loaded onto a train. They will move through the Alameda corridor, up through the Cajon Pass to this location. They will be offloaded at the facility, and they would move by an electric hostler to an on-site warehouse. At the on-site warehouse, they would be transloaded, and then they would move back to the intermodal facility with an electric hostler, be loaded back onto the train with an electric crane, and then they would then be transported across the country. So as you can see here, it's a closed loop system. This is not intended to bring containers to the facility by truck. It's intended to move it by rail from ONDOT's locations at the ports of LA and Long Beach. We've certainly made a number of commitments as part of this project. BIG has signed a project labor agreement with our unions, and we're very proud to be able to do that. They've been strong partners with us over the years. Our own workforce is a union workforce, and so we certainly felt that having a project labor agreement was the right decision to make for this project as we work to build it. We will deploy a dedicated Tier 4 locomotive fleet, which many of you may say, what is a Tier 4 locomotive? It is the cleanest locomotive, diesel locomotive that can currently be purchased today. All cranes and cargo handling equipment at BIG will be zero emission, otherwise electric equipment. We're also committing to renewable fuel use, which will significantly reduce diesel particulate matter. The project also includes a 140-acre solar farm, rooftop solar on warehouses beyond legal requirements, and solar on rail yard canopies. That's certainly needed to in order to charge all of the electric equipment that will be at the facility. The commitments go on from there. We will also voluntarily replace existing locomotives or switchers at our current Barstow yard with Tier 4 switchers, reducing emissions at our existing facility by 99%. BNSF has entered into a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the Mojave Desert Air Quality Management District for the testing of Tier 4 hybrid line haul locomotives. So what are those? They'll be in Tier 4 operations as they're going up Cajon Pass, because the power is needed in order to get them up the pass. And then when they enter into our rail facilities, they'll be in zero emission mode. So significantly also reducing emissions on technology that we're working to test. These commitments would be implemented through the development agreement, mitigation monitoring, and reporting programs, conditions of approval, and cooperative agreements. I should also mention that we also entered into an MOU with the California Air Resources Board to continue to explore the feasibility of additional emission reduction measures. Together, these commitments are intended to ensure that the project incorporates cleaner technologies and enforceable measures. BIG would be the first of its kind rail facility in the United States. It improves efficiency regionally and across the U.S. supply chain by shifting container sorting and processing away from congested ports and the Inland Empire. The project eliminates roughly 800,000 truck trips per year, reducing congestion and emissions along our nation's highways. Economically, BIG will generate an estimated 62,000 construction-related jobs and 15,000 operational jobs. The project is also expected to result in a net decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry, I have to make one correction. From an economic standpoint, BIG is expected to support approximately 62,000 direct, indirect, and induced construction jobs, including union construction jobs, and approximately 15,000 direct, indirect, and induced operations jobs. So I just wanted to make sure I put in the induced and direct and so forth. The estimated construction economic benefit is approximately $11 billion, with an operational economic benefit of approximately $7 billion. For the city of Barstow, the estimated economic benefit is approximately over $7 billion. Barstow community benefits. BIG will generate a significant amount of tax revenue that will support local schools, including the Barstow Unified School District. The project would also support workforce development through the Barstow Community College by adding new programs aligned with industry standards and specific employer needs. And I have to say that I'm really proud that we've had the opportunity to work with the Barstow Community College, and they've worked to build programs that will help get that next generation of employees ready to work in this facility and all the supporting facilities that will come along with it. The city will be able to enhance public safety staffing and equipment beyond what is required for bid, including the purchase of new ladder truck and additional firefighter and police staff. Infrastructure upgrades, including flood control, bridges, and road improvements will benefit the entire community. BIG will generate the 2024 California State Rail Plan recognized that BIG is a transformative project that would provide additional efficiency, resiliency, and reliability. By shifting freight processing inland, BIG reduces truck trips, emissions, and highway congestion. It also supports on-dock rail and improves supply chain resiliency. Something that's been asked of us for many, many years is to work to support on-dock rail, and this project certainly does just that. The state rail plan also highlights BIG as a model for modern freight infrastructure, something we're very proud of to see that the project was recognized in the state rail plan. This may be the first time some of you have heard this bit of great news, but the governor certified our project under SB 149. BIG is the first transportation-related infrastructure project certified by the governor under SB 149. This designation is reserved for critical infrastructure that advances climate, mobility, and economic goals. It is also one of more than 10 transportation projects that will receive this designation. The governor determined that BIG represents a $4 billion private investment in California, and it would help to reduce congestion in port-adjacent communities, improve supply chain reliability, and support the transition to zero-emission technology. This certification also recognizes that BIG would support a mode shift from heavy-duty trucks to rail, removing hundreds of thousands of truck miles from the national highway network. The governor further determined that BNSF provided information showing the project would minimize impacts to disadvantaged communities and result in net reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. Overall, BIG is positioned as a long-term investment that will strengthen California's freight infrastructure, support environmental goals, and create lasting economic opportunities. Just in closing, I want to thank you for your time, for your participation here today. We look forward to continuing to work with the City of Barstow, local agencies, community partners, and residents as this important project moves forward. It would improve rail and distribution efficiency, both regionally and across the United States supply chain. BIG would also improve fluidity and reliability along the rail corridor. Again, thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman, audience. My name is Brad Merrill. I'm the city engineer. I've been the city engineer since 2011 for the last 15 years. They say in Barstow you're not supposed to buy land until you see it when the wind blows. I think today is one of the days. My ties to Barstow go back to 1965 when my father drugged me out here with our family. My father was a high school Spanish and tennis teacher in 1965. I was 4 years old. I've been connected to Barstow ever since. But I gotta say, the wind actually blew me out of here up Apple Valley in 2002. It doesn't blow as much up there for some reason. As city engineer, my job in this project was to make sure that everything works. And I had a lot of help. a lot of consultants, a lot of engineers, and we've spent a lot of hours. So I'm going to go through and talk about some of that here. Get this to work. Here we go. So the things that we looked at as our team, as the city engineering department, we looked at the road network, the expansion of it, and do we have the capacity as far as the overall general plan of Barstow plus the specific plan. So we didn't just look at big, we looked at the overall scope of the general plan being updated, which is a good undertaking. We looked at the water systems, but mainly Golden State Water is the public utility here, and they looked at the supply and the quality and how they were going to expand that. We had some oversight on that, and then mainly the sewer system, which is the wastewater collection system that we treat here at our wastewater treatment plant. Expansion of the wastewater system and how the city for the next 20 years will be able to handle all the infrastructure. We also looked at the stormwater and the retention basins and the conveyance of the drainage, because you know in Barstow when it rains, it really rains, and it's a flash flood. We also, part of this project, oversaw the electrical systems as far as the extension of a 33 kV new transmission line out to this area, which I'll talk a bit about here and how important that is. So as far as the roadway network, as you can see on here, there's these purple lines are some of the major arterials. You can see the Veterans Parkway. It extends on out across over I-15 and connects to Linwood Road. That's in our general plan now as an established roadway that we can collect ifs on and we can actually plan for. If we get that approved today, that'll be in the general plan. Also, you can see the specific plan highlighted in yellow there. There's a red road there. That is Hinkley Road that connects to Jasper Road. So Jasper is being extended on out to connect with Hinkley Road to the project. Another conveyance. So Hinkley Road will not go over and connect to national trails any longer after that. We are also looking at the overall traffic counts for the city and the traffic signals, and we've done extensive oversight on that. Here we have more of this kind of a blow up. See the big red line there, Hinkley Road, that connects with Jasper now. And it crosses the Linwood Channel, which is San Bernardino County's drainage infrastructure that goes to the Mojave River. The sewer improvements are pretty extensive. The major trunk line that goes out through Linwood is being abandoned and it's being moved to the north side of the tracks over on Jasper Road, and then run up Jasper Road all the way to the project and then come back through Coyote and Roadrunner and underneath the tracks again, back to Linwood and then out to Outlet Center. So there's quite extensive reworking of that pipe. It was put in 81 under an assessment district. The water improvements, one of the big issues with developments out in this area is water and electrical. I can't tell you how many projects I've worked on where the infrastructure killed the project. From the huge aluminum plant to the prisons to the chicken farms to just a whole history of people looking at this area, but they weren't able to do it because of lack of water and the lack of power. This will all be constructed and conveyed to Golden State Water for their maintenance. Here we're looking at the drainage improvements. As you can see, there's the crossing at West Main. There's actually 4 bridges being built. The Hinkley-Jasper Road will have a bridge over the Linwood Channel. West Main will have a bridge over the Linwood Channel. Inner roads of the development will be over the Linwood Channel, and the main line of the tracks will have a bridge over it. So in the future, we'll be protected from the big floods of the Stoddard Valley area that drains over 136 square miles of water that comes down dumps into the river at this location, and will officially have a good outlet from the Linwood Channel into the Mojave River, something that we don't have. And the whole area floods because of that. This will resolve all of our flooding out of Linwood, but a good majority of it. You can see the main entrance to the big project here is it'll be a four-way intersection at West Main and Country Club. That's on this here too. So here again is the bridge that's going to be constructed over West Main. We do have a lot of flooding issues there. So this will be protected. As you can see, it's Country Club Drive. That is the entrance into it, in Country Club, and then going into Barstow, you'll have a nice bridge. Lastly is the electricity. The blue line here coming from over by Veterans Parkway, they call it the Tortilla Substation. Tortilla Substation that comes across West Section 14, which we've been trying to develop for years. This will kind of help it with the electricity. It goes down and it'll be all underground down L Street, out West Main. This alone is well over $200 million worth of investment. That's what's killed a lot of projects in West Barstow, is this electricity power. We have, with my team and working with the engineers on this project, we have done quite a bit of oversight to make sure all this works. We think we've covered all the angles. Anyway, I'll shut up with that. I'd like to turn the rest of the time over to Genesis, our Planning Department and Economic Development Coordinator.
Good afternoon. My name is Genesis Crank, and I have the honor of serving as your Economic Development Specialist for the City of Barstow. I'll be covering the Environmental Impact Report portion of today's presentation. The Environmental Impact Report, also known as an EIR, for consideration today is a combination of a program and project EIR. A program EIR evaluates the general plan from a high-level perspective of policies and programs that would apply to future projects. The project EIR evaluates the Barstow International Gateway Specific Plan, also referred to as the Big Specific Plan. The development project in detail, recommending project-specific mitigation measures that relate to specific project impacts. Because of the scope of the Big Specific Plan and development, the two EIRs were combined into a single document. As noted, this slide provides an overview of the purpose of the California Environmental Quality Act, also referred to as CEQA. Regardless of type, the goal of the EIR is to provide information about potential environmental impacts, recommended ways to mitigate the impacts by changing the project, or, once informed of the impact, decide that the impacts are acceptable because of the benefits associated with the project. CEQA compliance includes a process that stretches from the notice of preparation through public hearings such as this one. The major milestones are shown here on this slide, starting with the scoping meeting held in early 2024, the release of the draft EIR for public review in late 2025, and the release of the final EIR this month. Public input on the environmental analysis is an important and required part of CEQA compliance. The scoping meeting, detailed here, was held in early 2024 to introduce the overall project and obtain input from the public on issues to be addressed in the EIR. The whole of the project being evaluated by the EIR includes updates to the Barstow General Plan and Zoning, the proposed Big Specific Plan, and accompanying documents and agreements, subsequent local agency formation commission actions associated with annexation as well. Now, to cover a bit of the topics, as noted on the slide, these are topics analyzed within the EIR. The EIR covers a wide variety of topics for both the general plan, big specific plan, and LAFCO actions. The primary focus is to identify and evaluate proposed change and determine if the proposed change is potentially significant based on unique thresholds set within each topic. If there is no impact, or the potential impact is below the threshold, no additional changes or actions are needed or even allowed to be required by the city. However, if a potential impact is above the threshold, then the city is obligated to impose feasible strategies and actions that would reduce the project's potential impact below the threshold of significance. These strategies and actions are called mitigation measures. If feasible mitigation measures cannot reduce the impact to less than significant, the city may still act on the project, but must make findings of overriding considerations to do so. Before diving into the next few slides covering specific mitigation measures, it is important to again note that the general plan is a policy, covering the entirety of the city limits, and the plan itself helps to provide a long-term framework or blueprint to help guide future development that is not yet clearly defined or proposed through the year 2048, prompting broad mitigation approaches specific to the general plan and its potential impacts. The big specific plan, however, is a development project that is well-defined, has known project features, and a defined project area. There are elements of the project that were evaluated in the analysis, and those elements help reduce project impacts. These features are also required of the project as a part of the development agreement and any approvals of the project. With that, you will find the following slides display required mitigation measures and strategies for the general plan, the big project, and the findings of each impact. First topic is aesthetics. Aesthetics refers to visual changes such as lighting or glare from large-scale development. Within the general plan, future developments, whether residential, commercial, or industrial, would prompt installations and additions of lighting. The big project and development of requires installations of lighting that have been included in the analysis. However, there are mitigation measures and approaches that will be imposed, such as those noted here, for both the general plan and big specific plan. Although, with the implementation of feasible mitigation measures and strategies, aesthetic impacts for both the general plan and big would be considered significant and unavoidable, as those reference visual changes cannot be fully screened or mitigated over time, especially at night. Our next topic is agricultural and forestry resources. As the big project and its project area is defined and has been analyzed, impacts to the agricultural and forestry resources are deemed less than significant as it does not conflict with agricultural zoning and farmland preservation. The general plan again references development that would occur citywide. Due to this, impacts to agricultural and forestry resources would be significant and unavoidable, prompting strategies such as avoiding development on land designated as prime farmland and others referenced here. On to air quality. Development of both the general plan and construction and operation of BIG would generate emissions that exceed thresholds even after applying feasible mitigation. Construction of proposed and future developments could impact air quality. Increases in population, in turn increasing car and vehicular traffic, could impact air quality. And for certain developments, operations could impact air quality, prompting strategies such as technical assessments or health risk assessments. With the big development project and with implementation of the 14 feasible air quality specific mitigation measures, impacts remain significant and unavoidable. For the general plan, with implementation of feasible mitigation approaches, the impacts would remain significant and unavoidable. However, future developments would be closely evaluated against local, regional, and state air quality standards, and where required, prompted to meet or complete mitigation strategies noted here. Onto cultural resources. Development, or simply put, the movement of dirt during tasks such as site grading, could permanently alter or destroy unknown or significant historic or archaeological resources, despite surveys and documentation. highlighting that locating these resources can be challenging to predict or identify ahead of construction. Future developments under the general plan could require preparation of a project-level historical or archaeological resources assessment. The big project, per project conditions and state guidelines, will require on-site archaeological and tribal monitors during construction, training of construction workers on procedures if resources are encountered, along with other noted measures. Although with implementation of feasible mitigation measures and approaches, impacts would remain significant and unavoidable for the general plan and BIG. On the topic of geology, soils, and mineral resources, future developments under the general plan could prevent access to mineral resources which cannot be replaced or mitigated. And due to the inability to replace these resources, there is no feasible mitigation, placing impacts under the general plan within the significant and unavoidable category. Impacts to geology, soils, and mineral resources under the big project equate to less than significant with mitigation. Greenhouse gas emissions is our next topic. Under the general plan specifically, citywide growth increases emissions beyond targets, with long-term reductions being unable to fully offset increases. With implementation of feasible mitigation strategies, impacts would be significant and unavoidable for the general plan, prompting city measures such as the creation of a qualified climate action plan and requiring implementation of project-specific measures to be imposed upon future developments. BIG, with the implementation of the project and the several air quality and energy mitigation measures, results in a reduction of GHG emissions, reducing GHG emissions to less than significant with mitigation. Onto the topic of noise and vibration. Noise and vibration can be generated through various things such as construction, traffic, and population increases. More development, operational noise, vehicles on the roads, and people occupying the area can increase noise and vibration. For both the general plan and big project, with implementation of feasible mitigation measures and strategies, impacts remain significant and unavoidable for the general plan and big. The general plan and mitigation strategies surrounding noise and vibration, for example, limit hours of construction and consider use of sound wall barriers when feasible. This big project requires a construction noise plan, construction of 2 noise barriers, and other mitigation measures as noted here. On the topic of transportation, vehicle miles traveled, also known as VMT, from projected growth exceeds thresholds defined within the EIR. VMTs measure the total miles driven by all vehicles in a specific region over a given period. An increase in population, drivers, and commuters would increase VMTs. Increases in community members driving to and from work or personal activities would increase VMTs, prompting no feasible mitigation, with impacts remaining significant and unavoidable for the general plan. Following analysis of the big specific plan, impacts would be less than significant on the topic of transportation, as this is a rail-based industrial project, with far fewer trucks than would be anticipated for a traditional warehouse project. It is also important to note many of the people in the new jobs created will live locally, further reducing VMTs. Tribal cultural resources is our next topic, and as noted, culturally significant tribal resources may be accidentally disturbed, or particularly during construction of developments, and cannot always be preserved even with mitigation. Future developments proposed under the general plan would be subjected to the noted mitigation strategies, aiding in the preservation of tribal cultural resources and potential discoveries made on development sites. The big project requires specific mitigation measures on the topic of tribal cultural resources, such as those noted here. Native American tribes have been contacted and consulted through this process and will continue close coordination with the NSF. Impacts on this topic under both the general plan and big are considered to be significant and unavoidable. And on to our last topic, utilities. Plainly put, growth under the general plan and big will prompt the need for more infrastructure and utilities. For big, there are a number of defined mitigation measures throughout the EIR that would reduce impact on future development related to construction of additional infrastructure. Similar to BIG, the general plan carries mitigation approaches to assist with mitigating impacts. Similar to other topics noted today, future development and the need for additional infrastructure to accommodate development would be closely evaluated ahead of construction or formal project reviews to ensure proper mitigation strategies and careful planning for utility additions. Impacts on this topic for the general plan and BIG are considered to be significant and unavoidable due to construction impacts, not the ability to provide services. Here, this slide covers overall project objectives. Consideration of alternatives to a project are an essential part of the environmental evaluation. The intent of alternatives is to reduce or eliminate one of the significant impacts disclosed in the EIR. Each alternative is compared to project objectives, and in this instance, there are objectives for both the general plan and the BIG specific plan. It is important to note that alternatives may also have impacts. The project alternatives evaluated in the EIR are summarized here with both the advantages and disadvantages. As required by CEQA, the EIR identifies an environmentally superior alternative. For the general plan, the no BIG/general plan reduced development alternative was considered environmentally superior. And for the BIG specific plan, the West Transload Center alternative was considered environmentally superior. CEQA does not require the city to select the environmentally superior alternative, but does require findings to override any significant and unavoidable impacts. EIR impact determinations. The portion of the EIR that covers the general plan is conservative, in that it assumes that for many of the environmental topics, a significant and unavoidable impact could occur because we do not know the types of future projects. There is simply a wider range of future projects the general plan could allow that may have impacts. The portion of the EIR that covers the BIG specific plan development has fewer significant and unavoidable impacts because there is a real project with detail that can be used to develop project-specific mitigation and reducing impacts. Onto statement of overriding considerations. As I mentioned before, CEQA allows the city to balance the significant and unavoidable impacts disclosed in the EIR against the benefits of the project. If the city makes written findings that the benefits outweigh the potential environmental impacts, the city can still approve the project. However, all mitigation measures are conditions of approval and are still required to be monitored by the city as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program adopted with the project. Finally, after the city released the draft EIR in late 2025, we received many comments, many in support and others that expressed concerns and asked questions regarding the analysis. All comments were responded to in detail in the final EIR. During preparation of the response to comments, we also made refinements to the EIR and attachments and provided information to support our responses. That concludes the EIR portion of the presentation, and with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Rochelle to wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners and public. At this time, I will present an overview of the proposed annexations, financing, and next steps. The purpose of a municipal or city annexation is a process where the city expands its boundaries to include adjacent unincorporated land. After an annexation, the area becomes officially part of the city and subject to its laws, taxes, services, and governance. The BIG specific plan is the area, actually I don't have my pointer, I meant to bring a pointer. The BIG specific plan includes 2 proposed annexations, one for the city and one for the Barstow Fire Protection District. The specific plan covers, again, this purple area up here, which covers both city and unincorporated county jurisdictions, which is the primary factor in proposing the annexations. With the project crossing 2 jurisdictions, it would be very challenging to provide public safety services and infrastructure services. The first proposed annexation is the city, which does extend beyond the boundary of the project. The project is the purple. There is, I wish I had the pointer, I'm sorry. There is a small area B that is called out with red broken lines. That is related to a small portion of county area that would become what's referred to as an unincorporated island. As that small area indicates, it would nearly be surrounded by city boundaries, effectively becoming an island and difficult to serve. So that is the tiny area that's beyond the project that is proposed in the first annexation. The second annexation, proposed annexation, is the Barstow Fire Protection District, which would be similarly beneficial, having one fire agency serving the project rather than two fire agencies covering two jurisdictions. The major factors considered in an annexation include administrative efficiency and city services. An annexation simplifies governance by eliminating those overlapping jurisdictions and standardizing the regulation and zoning. The proposed annexation would extend services of fire protection, as I stated, in addition to police and public safety, water and sewer systems, roads and street maintenance, just to name a few. Major financial impacts on the city include both increased tax revenue as well as higher costs of service. The revenues include, new revenues that would be coming in would include property taxes, utility user taxes, development fees, and business license fees, as well as the potential for sales tax. As I said, the higher costs are also associated primarily for the addition of 9 police officers and 12 firefighters. However, the increased revenue exceeds those costs by about $2.6 million in surplus for the city. Beyond that, financial impacts and potential benefits to the residents include better police and fire response, access to city utilities, higher property values, more development options, and improved infrastructure. Another component of this project specific plan includes a development agreement. The development agreement has some key community benefits, which include the development impact fees of approximately $49 million, which would provide the funding mechanism to pay for infrastructure and equipment. The environmental commitments that Ms. Kent of BNSF presented earlier include the voluntary replacement of the switchers at the existing Barstow yard with 99% cleaner Tier 4 switchers. The use of renewable fuels for the entire fleet zero emission electric cranes and cargo equipment, and a 140-acre solar farm, just to name a few. It includes substantial infrastructure improvements, purchase of a new ladder truck, fire ladder truck, purchase of new maintenance equipment for drainage facilities, and enhanced city tax base. So the next steps, the commission chair will open the public testimony and comments, which again will be 2 minutes or 4 minutes if translation is needed, and all speakers will be called up in order of their assigned number. Following those comments, the Commission Chair DeLucas, will close the public hearing and go into commission discussion. Then the Commission will determine a recommendation on Planning Resolution 600-2026 that certifies the EIR, approves the general plan and zoning updates, and approves the Barstow National Gateway specific plan, including the track map. Lastly, there will be a roll call vote. After the close of this meeting, the next meeting and public hearing to consider this project will be held at the next City Council meeting on June 2nd at 5:00 p.m. right here at the Barstow Community College. Again, all testimony will be considered as part of the Commission's deliberations, and we encourage speakers to focus your comments on relevant items associated with the proposed project. And with that, at this time, I will turn it back over to Vice Chair DeLucas.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, can you please give public comment instructions?
All right, to prepare for the public comments, speaker names for the next 5 speakers will be displayed on the screen. As your name appears, please make your way to the designated speaker area located on the right side of the Performing Arts Center. Each speaker will be provided 2 minutes to address the commission. If you are not at the designated speaker area, your name will be called 3 times before moving to the next speaker. If you miss your turn and you still wish to speak, you will need to complete and submit a new speaker request card before the end of the public hearing and be placed at the end of the speaker line. We respectfully ask all speakers and attendees to remain courteous and respectful throughout the meeting.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
It's not showing right, and it's not showing our timer.
It needs to show the timer.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Anyway, just begin. Thank you. Good day, commissioners. Significant, unavoidable.
We're setting the timer. 1 moment, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that on? Which one do you want me to use? Does it matter? Both of them. I'm nervous.
Our first speaker is Dina Martell.
Go ahead.
Good day, commissioners. Significant, unavoidable, and mitigated. Those are FEIR's own clarifications for the impacts on the disadvantaged community of Sylvan Ave, the neighborhood closest to this project. My household is medically sensitive, includes a disabled veteran, and relies on a private well, as do about 32 others. Under CEQA, we're sensitive receptors. The EIR states that our community will face impacts classified as significant and unavoidable. Major impacts remain unmitigated: 24-hour diesel operations, truck traffic, noise, vibration, lighting, toxic air emissions, and the removal of longstanding buffers. It also reports a cancer risk 400% above the CEQA significance threshold, with no mitigation that reduces that impact below significance. Diesel particle matter is a toxic air contamination known to increase cancer, asthma, heart disease, and serious respiratory harm. For medically sensitive households on private wells, these impacts would effectively displace us. The EIR is legally inadequate under CEQA. It doesn't analyze or protect private well users, no groundwater analysis, no contamination pathway analysis, no mitigation, and not one well evaluated, even though CEQA requires analysis of impacts to existing water supplies. CEQA also requires evaluation of feasible alternatives. Zero-emission rail technologies already operating in California weren't analyzed as an alternative. Barstow deserves both economic opportunity and public health protection. We shouldn't be forced to choose between jobs and our health. CEQA requires both. Don't certify this EIR. Return it for correction, recirculation, and meaningful mitigation. Certifying it would permanently sacrifice an existing community, our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Childs, and I am a senior research and policy analyst at Earth Justice. I am here today to urge the Barstow City Planning Commission to reject the resolution recommending the City Council certify the environmental impact report for BIG. The EIR is deeply inadequate and fundamentally flawed, and the revisions made between the draft EIR and the final EIR are significant. This project cannot move forward until the EIR is redone and recirculated. This project has countless problems. Perhaps the most glaring one is BIG's diesel use. The draft EIR concluded that BIG would use millions of gallons less diesel than is used today, but the final EIR has flip-flopped. It now states that BIG will burn 3.4 million gallons more diesel annually compared to today. Let me repeat that. The city now quietly concludes BIG will increase Barstow's diesel consumption by 3.4 million gallons every year. That translates to toxic air pollution, increased asthma and healthcare costs, and ultimately preventable deaths in the neighborhoods around this project. The real kicker in all of this, there are feasible mitigation measures that would make this project safer, more economical, and more sustainable. For instance, BNSF plans to have a fleet of locomotives run back and forth between the ports and Barstow. These locomotives should be electrified. BNSF could deploy battery electric locomotives for this route and install catenary wires in optimal locations, like the Alameda Corridor, which was designed for it, and the Cajon Pass, where direct electrical power outperforms diesel engines on steep terrain. This project design would be zero emissions, safer, and quieter for communities and workers. Earth Justice has submitted expert witness testimony proving that electrification can be cost competitive and would save lives. If any of this has raised questions in your mind, and it should, please reject the resolution before you and ensure the EIR is done correctly. The stakes could not be higher. This project would be the largest rail facility in the country, and the impacts will be felt for generations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robert Ramos, ironworker proudly for 32 years. We are here tonight in support of this big, beautiful project. Why? Economic growth, skilled and trained labor, building Barstow out, all the way around. This is a win-win-win. Jobs, be it the rail yard committed to low to zero emissions, and it's only going to get better from that. But first, we got to start this project so our skilled and trained labor could go to work and economic growth could come back to Barstow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, staff. My name is Albert Wardy, and I'm the Business Manager, Executive Director of the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. We look at the plan, and it's a well-thought-out plan. We are part of the community. We've got 20,000 workers here in Riverside San Bernardino. I'm here to explain our part and our side and how we're here to support. We've always come to you with project labor agreements and see how we can establish when there's construction, just basic ground rules and setting a standard for livable wages. What I asked our partners to do and my associated affiliates to do is quit waving that agreement around and ask how can we help the community. And we've started that with the city of Barstow. Meeting with the community college, meeting with the Army base, with Fort Irwin, trying to train the folks within Fort Irwin coming into our trades. We're looking at doing the same thing with the community. And how do we do it? We realize we're going to take a step back, but we're going to take 10 steps forward by doing this. Opportunity is a terrible thing to miss, and this is just the opportunity for us. We've been waiting long enough for Barstow to grow. The Inland Empire, incomplete, is starting to grow, but there's some areas or cities that are more opportune for the time, and this is it. So we're in support of this project. We realize that there are some concerns, and we're looking for a win-win. We believe in positive construction, in safe construction, in responsible construction, and we're here because we are part of the community. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jose Piña, and I'm here representing CARE California. And we are here today to express our strong support of the Barstow International Gateway project, and we ask for your approval of the general plan update and the big project in general. Today's vote is one that will not only bring growth to the city of Barstow, but to all of California. The far-reaching positive impacts from this project will not only boost and grow the local economy through the creation of thousands of jobs, but it will also create wealth that will assure California continues its long history as an economic powerhouse of our nation. Because of the many benefits this project will bring and the hundreds of lives that will see positive impacts from it, we ask for its approval today. Thank you for your time and for your forward-thinking vote.
Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, members of the public. My name is Benjamin Pratt. I currently serve as Vice President of IBW Local 477. We are the power professionals and electricians here in San Bernardino, Inyo, and Mono counties. What this project represents for us on the front end is 300 electrical jobs by the 50% of our membership that lives in the I-15 corridor from Hesperia all the way out to the state line. But further, what it represents to us is apprenticeship opportunity. Through this project, we are going to be able to open up our doors, and this can be the catalyst for these apprenticeship opportunities, which result in six-figure careers with the best benefits in the world. We're talking retirement, medical, dental, you name it. These people that went to school here, graduated here, go to the community college will benefit from this project. So there is a long-term component here. It's not just a temporary job. In short, the IBW is in full support of this project. We are committed to community partnership. We have been reaching out to the mayor's office with Mayor Silva, asking how we can help there. We are already engaged with the community college, and anything else that the community needs from us, I vow our partnership to this community. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Timothy Amon. I'm also with IBEW Local 477. I work with our Veterans Electrical Entry Program and proud to have graduated our first cohort here at Barstow Community College back in February. We engaged with this partnership with Barstow Community College because veterans are synonymous with Barstow. I'm looking forward to growing that program. I know Barstow Community College is excited about it. Projects like BIG allow us to expand. I have heard time and time again, why can't we retain our veterans? Why don't they stay here in Barstow? Jobs like this allow them to have upward mobility to afford to grow and thrive here in Barstow. So for everybody thinking about their kids that left or why didn't they leave, projects like this are why you stay, okay? So thank you very much for your time. Also the EIR staff, you did a great job. I look at these often. This is well put together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eddie Campos. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 909, representing almost 7,000 members in the County of San Bernardino. This project is going to be a job creator. It's going to bring jobs that's going to give opportunities to a lot of people in the city of Barstow that at one point possibly didn't think they could ever have a future, but they will continue on going forward from a project like this and turn the city into something that it used to be at one point and grow it beyond anybody's belief. These type of projects being built by union labor, you see all our union brothers and sisters standing here, is something that is hard to see in the Inland Empire, and you guys are bringing it forward. It's going to happen. And when we see tens of thousands of union labor jobs being created in the county of San Bernardino, some of our other areas ain't going to believe that that's happening inland. But when it starts happening and everybody's working, you're going to change lives completely. Barstow is just going to change completely. When people come into the city of Barstow that have never been here or haven't been here in a long time, they're going to see something that is just completely transformed, done a 360, right? So with that being said, we strongly urge you to pass this project, get it going so we could get our union brothers and sisters working. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Jeffrey Scott. I am also a special representative and outreach specialist for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. And we're here today in full support of the general plan update and the big specific plan. We are in support of this project because of the regional impact that it's going to have. My role specifically with the council is I work with our K-14 partners. So that's Barstow Unified, Barstow Community Colleges, but really specifically work with the Mountain Desert Career Pathways. It's an organization, it's a JPA that supports all of the school districts and community colleges in the high desert region. And their main focus is career technical education pathways from education to industry. It's very, very tough right now looking at those options. Students are trying to figure out, they have to choose between $80,000 to $100,000 in student debt or an opportunity to potentially stay local, work with their hands, get into an apprenticeship, and make some money and make some roots here that deepen in Barstow community. So what we're here today is saying that this project is going to create opportunities, not just for current and future students, but generations and generations to come. It's not just this project, it's the projects that come after that that keep this community growing and thriving for years and years. So students that are going through these pathways, they're going to be the first in many. And we hope to make sure that we're in lockstep with the Mountain Desert Career Partners or Pathways, but also Barstow Unified and Barstow Community College specifically. And whether that's welding, construction, whatever career technical pathways they may choose, students shouldn't be burdened with making that tough choice. Right? So we appreciate the opportunity, and we strongly urge you to consider the adoption of the general plan update and big specific plan. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Antonio Ulloa, and I am here with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice to fight for Barsaw. So far, I noticed in your your environmental impact report, there has been no information about the brain health risks that particulate matter has that comes directly from diesel fuel emissions. So, one question. Do you guys want dementia? Because that's basically what fine particulate matter does to our brain chemistry. Fine particulate matter in adults directly increases the risks of Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, cognitive decline, Parkinson's disease, stroke, depression, and depressive symptoms. This is straight from the USC Environmental Health Center's infographics available online for the public. It also affects children by increasing their risk of ADHD, slower processing of information, autism, depression, and anxiety-like symptoms. And with the amount of emissions that this project will be emitting, it's going to be 3 million gallons that are going to be used of diesel fuel annually. Imagine 3 million gallons worth of dementia running through your communities, next to your schools, next to your homes. The particulate matter is like a powder. It's going to enter your ecosystem. It will go down into your wells. It will go through your streams. It will go on your lawns. It will affect agriculture to the max. It will pollute everything. And wanting this in our air is insane. Do not support big. They have not informed you about the health impacts of diesel fuel. They have not even included in the environmental impact report any information about health impacts or public health or how that would affect you.
Thank you. That was your time.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Saul, and I'm here to urge that the BNSF Barstow International Gateway Railroad project does not proceed until the city of Barstow acts on their responsibility in protecting the community, every single person in this room, and fix the deeply flawed environmental impact report. The word efficiency has been used a lot today, but as of now, this project will be most efficient in harming the community's health. Again, that's every single one of us here today. Based on the current reports, the Barstow International Gateway would increase diesel consumption by burning over 3 million gallons of diesel annually. This number isn't something that should just be ignored. As the previous person mentioned, this can cause a lot of harm for our community. When a diesel-reliant project is implanted within a community, their chances of sickness, cancer, and death skyrockets. I strongly urge you to think about what you're signing up for. There are solutions readily available with the zero-emission infrastructure. Electric locomotives, switchers, trucks, and more can replace any diesel equipment. So again, I ask you to do what's right, protect all of us, and say no to this project until the fixes are fixed. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Valdovinos. I'm from East Los Angeles, California. I'm here to encourage a big no on the big project because this is not the first time that is proposed. It's actually the third time. The Southern California International Gateway was proposed twice in Los Angeles in my backyard, and it was twice shut down because of environmental impacts on our community. The EIR that was proposed today has flaws. It focuses just on Barstow, but it does not trickle down to where I live. All the communities will be impacted. Everybody's gonna get asthma, congestional heart rate disease, and all these problems that were not invested in this proposal. It's very important that we look at these things and not just zero in Barstow. I'm all for having work, but you have to do it right. Electrify the yards and take care of your people. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Calbreth. I'm an organizer with the United Electrical Radio Machine Workers Green Locomotive Project. We represent the rail crew drivers in the current Barstow yard, the Yermo yard, the Needles yard, heck, every yard in the entire country. We're dedicated to link with the environmental justice movement and fight for both good jobs and clean air. You all who represent capital, you want us to have a sense of inevitability about this project. Someone in Barstow told me that they feel like they're fighting a losing battle. But battles make up wars, and this is a war that we will win. The railroads have been trampling on towns and neighborhoods for over 170 years, all while working hand in hand with public officials and the real estate sector. BNSF tells us two things about this project. It'll bring good jobs, and it's good for the environment. I'm from a place that has already taken this deal. In San Bernardino County, we are decades deep in this pattern of accepting what public officials and corporations tell us. Sacrifice your health and future generations' health for a job. In the warehouses of the Inland Empire, people work long hours in brutal conditions. They're extremely high turnover. And when workers stand up for themselves and assert their rights to form a union, these nice public officials that wanted to bring in these good jobs don't have their back and don't make Amazon come to the bargaining table with them. BNSF says that they care about jobs. Is this the same BNSF that's cut their employee numbers by several thousands over the last 2 decades? Is this the same BNSF that calls Joe Biden to break a strike when the rail workers are fighting for more sick days? Is it the same BNSF that calls Uber and replaces our members when they have a contract with us? The city says that it'll bring good tax revenue, like the weed dispensaries, like the Walmart. Where are the small businesses in town, huh? Where's this big economic boom that the Walmart brought Barstow, everybody? Thank you. Wall Street, billionaires like Warren Buffett, the real estate sector, and public officials who serve them instead of the people. Chief among them, Gavin Newsom. I had no idea Gavin Newsom was so popular in Barstow. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. I didn't know the people that love Governor Haircut. That's awesome.
Thank you, sir. That is your time.
Thank you, sir. Can we have our next speaker, please? Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hey, I do support BIG. I support Barstow and all their well thought out ideas. I live across the street from a railroad. My kids attend a school less than a mile away from the railroad. And irregardless of my concern, you guys have my vote for the very fact that since I've been a resident of Barstow, I've had nothing but strong community support. And I just would like a reconsideration of only hiring 9 more officers. It should be at least 15 officers that should be hired because of the unavoidable traffic. And I only voiced my concern about that because of the unavoidable traffic mentioned in concern to enforce driver safety and pedestrian safety on the streets. But other than that, you guys have my support, and it's nothing that has to be, done today, but maybe in the future. But I do support the idea. It's good to have future jobs and everything, but I do also think that we need more police patrol in Barstow.
Good afternoon. My name is Lex Marquez, and I've been a resident of Barstow for nearly 7 years. Born and raised in the high desert, I've called this region my home for my entire 25 years of living. I've seen changes across these cities and towns that I've come to know so well, changes that have brought both positive and negative impacts. I'm here today to tell the Planning Commission that BNSF's big project would be a change of negative impacts. I'm someone who believes people come before profit. Beyond purported economic growth, BNSF's final environmental impact report does not appropriately address the full scope of effects this massive project would have on air quality, water quality, light and noise pollution, energy usage, greenhouse gas emissions, and public health. I'm concerned that the financial possibilities of Barstow's future are being put ahead of human life, and that this flawed FEIR is even being considered adequate enough for the city to proceed with a vote at City Council in early June, let alone this Planning Commission hearing. I need you all to know that despite the fact Barstow is hurting for money, we should never place human health and safety on the line for it. We should never place any dollar amount on the public's well-being. I'm asking that this Planning Commission rejects the FEIR for myself and countless others who wish to breathe clean air and see the stars in our clear skies, for the children in our school systems who want to play at recess without coughing up a lung, and for our elderly who have chosen Barstow as a quiet and quaint place to live in retirement. For the big project only means big problems. Thank you.
Ready? Can I get my 2 minutes? Start it over, please. Can I get my 2 minutes started over? Thank you. Hi, y'all. My name is Tiff Sanchez. I'm a youth organizer. I'm also a mama of 2. I'm not here to argue or convince working class folks that jobs aren't important. I know the value of a good job. My dad was an IAM working union man for 20 years. He gave me some really great advice. Something he told me that has never kind of been wrong was never trust a person in a suit that don't have calluses on his fingers. So I'm here to speak to the commission to say no to BIG because, and also to the residents here, a lot of folks here asked me today, where are you from? And I said LA, and they go, down the hill. And they say, it's too fill in the blank, right? We've heard it before. Noisy, dirty, traffic. Someone said it smells over there, right? They said that traffic's bad and that they can't see the stars at night. And I said, I'm a youth organizer, and I brought some youth from our community here, and I told them, count how many times the suits will use the words investment and jobs in this meeting. It's a great chance for them to see what suits will promise hardworking people. Sometimes even use the words free. But just like my pop said, nothing in this world is free. Everything comes at a cost. How long will this little slice of, somebody told me today, welcome to God's country, and I thought that was beautiful. How long will this little slice of land remain God's country? How long will you be able to enjoy this beautiful place for your retirement? What will you have here to pass on to your children, right? Grandkids maybe? When your air is unbreathable, when your water is contaminated, when it's noisy, when it's dirty, when there's traffic, when it smells bad, right? So the truth is that we fought SCIG twice and we beat them. So ask yourself, especially to the residents, why did they bring it to Barstow? Why did they bring it to Barstow? And then I will end with this. It starts with a rail yard, and then it continues with an expanded freeway.
Thank you. That's your time.
Next speaker, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Anne Marie Hammond, and I live longtime resident of the city of Barstow. And I'm also a longtime realtor. Over 30 years here in this community, waiting and waiting for the growth to come. Over the years, I've firsthand have seen the need for economic growth, quality jobs, and investment in our community. This is why I strongly support the Barstow International Gateway Project and the general plan update before you today. This project represents opportunity for Barstow, not just through jobs, but through infrastructure improvement, increased revenue for our city services, and long-term economic stability. As a realtor, I talk with families and business owners every day, and people want to live and invest in communities that are growing and moving forward. Barstow's location has always made it an important transportation hub, and this project strongly strengthens the role by helping improve the regional and national supply chain. I believe this project is a major step towards a strong future for our city, and I respectfully ask the Planning Commission to support it and move it forward to the City Council. And just on an added note, as a realtor, we do have a lot of elderly citizens in our community, and I deal with them daily. Many have passed, their families are selling their homes, and I can tell you, we already got dementia here. We already got cancer here. We already got Alzheimer's here.
Thank you. That is your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. My name's Adriana Rizzo, and I'm here with Californians for Electric Rail. We support trains, but these trains need to be electric. Electric freight rail is feasible. India just electrified its entire freight rail network, and India is a big country, and they're buying locomotives from Siemens, which has a factory right here in California. Electric trains offer more power to get over the passes compared to what they're using now, and they will reduce BNSF's reliance on fuel, which we're currently in a global fuel shortage, but a global oil shortage right now because of the war in Iran. Electrifying freight rail from the ports to Barstow would clean air for all of Southern California, including up in here in Barstow, while increasing efficiency for BNSF. They would have more power, less reliance on an unreliable fuel source. But as planned, this project will make air dirtier not just in Barstow, but for communities all along the Southern Transcon, including where I live, in Riverside. Please return to this EIR back to the drawing board and redo a new one that includes electric rail as a mitigation so we can move forward with good jobs and clean air. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot. I'm a warehouse worker that spent 80 miles sitting in traffic one way and will be doing it again today because I thought it was important to tell those voting on the gateway about Eastvale, another Inland Empire city. There is a lot of pondering about what logistics could do for the residents of Barstow. I want to talk about what logistics has done for the residents of Eastvale. Eastvale has made the same trade of logistics employment in exchange for public health, and it has failed tremendously. It has provided economic regression in the form of uncompetitive wages, decreasing purchasing power, and unfair labor practices. Residents of Barstow, City Council, whoever has an impact on this, prevent this from happening to Barstow and invest responsibly while you still can.
Hello, my name's Alfredo. I come from Riverside. I work at an Amazon warehouse facility. So I understand the low quality jobs that projects like this would bring to Barstow. And I just think it's incredibly deceiving how it was basically lied on the environmental impact report about the diesel consumption, how it will be decreased, but in fact, it's shown to be increased. And I just think that this shouldn't be a trade-off. There could be economic development without risking the lives of your children and the lives of everybody in Barstow. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
What's up? My name is Mark Lopez. I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I live in East LA and I live near the BNSF Hobart Yard. BNSF couldn't build the Southern California International Gateway by the ports of LA and Long Beach because they couldn't follow the law. That's why they're here. They were telling us the same lies that they're telling you today. Cleaning the air by using trains instead of trucks, while admitting that there's significant unmitigated impacts from trucks right here in Barstow, without mention of the impacts in our communities along the way. And of course, no mitigations. We remember when SCIG promised to take trucks off the 710 freeway, while the Hobart Yard was eating up more and more of my community. And they were even pushing to expand the freeway to 16 lanes wide at the very same time. We remember promises of new, cleaner technology at SCIG while telling our communities around the Hobart Yard that the technology didn't exist, and trying to hide the fact that they would increase the pollution in my community with unmitigated engine maintenance. Well, that happened with this project too. I didn't see any info about that in here. Might have to sue y'all about that. Without legal enforceable commitments to zero emissions included in the EIR, what gets built now won't be a starting point, it'll be a trap. This isn't environment versus jobs, it's about health versus wealth. Zero emissions means more investments and more union jobs here in this community, along with all the way along the path from the ports, including for our organized labor siblings who are sitting in this room right now, even those of you who took off your suits and put on an orange vest just for this meeting. Sure, it will mean BNSF pays a little more money, but it's worth it at the end of the day. Warren Buffett won't even notice it in his bank account. Reject this EIR and make BNSF get back to work and get serious about your community.
Short people. I'm going to just hold this. My name is Chris Cerrone. I live in the Silver Lakes community of Hallandale, down the road from you. And I urge you to reject the environmental impact report. The diesel is going to cause more air pollution. We don't need it. But what is going to also happen to our community is there is no bridge. We have to cross the tracks to leave. I had to wait for a train to come here today, and there are going to be a lot more trains. We're going to have people die because they're not going to be able to get to the hospital. Ambulances are not going to be able to get in. They're not going to be able to get out. And We need a bridge. Nobody is concerned about getting us a bridge, and it's going to cost human lives. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Melody Santos, and I'm a teenager from Los Angeles. A lot of the arguments that are being made as to why big is good is because it's going to offer more jobs, but they fail to mention how these jobs are very dangerous to the people that are applying for them. These jobs are related to a lot of, I guess, like workers that develop more health issues. My father, he was a journeyman for about 20, 25 years, and he himself had developed a cancerous tumor from his work. He developed a lot of health issues with respiratory conditions such as asthma, dealt with chronic bronchitis, and he had a lot of physical issues like arthritis within the joints. I was born with asthma, and I developed severe bronchitis while I was growing up due to pollution from railways, which I live nearby. There's a lot of infrastructure in my city, and I find that it's very noisy, and I get a lot of migraines from repetitive noises. So it's affected my health very often. These jobs are also dangerous to young people because you're working a lot with your hands, you're moving a lot, and sure, that's good in its own way, but it's like these people are overworked. It's a lot of labor, especially when you're like 22 and working 13-hour shifts of carrying like 50-pound bricks. It's a lot. And it's just bad for your health overall. So you can't say that jobs are a positive thing when the jobs are going to likely end up killing all the workers. Many workers that are actually in the labor force die probably like maybe young from all this the dust that they're like breathing in and all the issues that they would be having health-wise. And that's all.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura. I'm with East York Communities for Environmental Justice. And what brought me all the way here today was responsibility. Responsibility to share lessons learned and lies told by BNSF about this rail project. The project's air quality impacts per the EIR, you saw them, are significant and unavoidable. That means that the health of Barstow residents are also significant and unavoidable. This doesn't even include the maintenance of the trains, which would cause significant health impacts and is not at all included in the EIR, which means you're making a decision based on incomplete information. I can assure you that BNSF is not going to pay for your asthma inhaler or medication or hospitalization or your funeral services. This is how serious this is. I live and work in a community that has significant health impacts. We live this, and we have to fight this every day. It is not my pleasure and honor to stand here and take my Saturday to be here, but I'm here because this is important to the Barstow community, to our community in LA, to the workers, to this planning commission, right? That's why we're all here taking our Saturday to be here. I think it's really important, and I can sense the desperation and effort that this community has for economic development. This is why BNSF came here, because they too can sense y'all's desperation. I urge you to consider life, the life of future generations, and not pigeonhole this community to perpetual health issues, thereby increasing the pollution that me and my community are also going to be exposed to. Send it back. I urge the Planning Commission and Barstow community to take care of your neighbors, our air, our water. Say no to this planning resolution. You deserve economic development. You deserve good jobs, not to be bamboozled by an industry that only cares about your money and not your health. That's what this project is. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Paola Vargas. I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm a resident of Carson, California, and live just a couple miles away from the Port of LA. I'm joined by my sister and my tia, who lives in Barstow with her 3 young girls. I am here to share that Barstow International Gateway should not be approved by the Planning Commission. If built, BIG will increase unmitigated throughput at the ports, greatly increasing emissions where I live in the city of Carson and for communities in San Pedro, Wilmington, and West Long Beach, which will then increase healthcare costs, cancer, asthma, and premature death. The scale of this project will not only affect Barstow, and you all know that and in fact mentioned it in your presentation. The EIR is deeply inadequate, incomplete, and fails to meet state legal requirements. It fails to consider the impacts on port communities and therefore should be reanalyzed with the proper cumulative impacts. It also fails to properly evaluate zero-emission equipment that would reduce air pollution and save lives. Without electrification, this means a lot more diesel pollution from the ports to San Bernardino, not less. Barstow needs to perform this analysis and recirculate the environmental impact report. Electric equipment is cost competitive and in some cases cheaper than diesel equipment. There is no economic reason to not require BNSF to install equipment that would abate air pollution and save lives. The Planning Commission should not approve BIG without the proper analysis of impacts to our health, air, and wildlife. There is no reason to put lives at risk in the name of economic profit, ever. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Narayan Gopinathan. I'm a doctoral candidate at UCLA. I'm an expert on transportation decarbonization. I recently conducted and published a study on this rail corridor from LA to Barstow on the economics. And I found that electrification is completely economically viable. A bit of context, we are in a global climate crisis. We also have a crisis of air quality here in the Inland Empire. And I found that there is no reason not to have the benefits of electrification. The current plan is to operate trains from LA to Barstow and back. That creates a clear opportunity to put up electric wires and use electric locomotives on this rail corridor. So I found that if this rail corridor operates with electricity, we can have all the benefits of this project, including less traffic on the roads, but also far less air pollution. I find that that electric operation of this rail corridor with either batteries or overhead wires or some combination would be just as profitable for BNSF and far, far better for everybody else. And for that reason, I strongly urge this commission to postpone approval of the environmental impact report until it can consider clearly consider the benefits of electrification, and until BNSF can commit to operating this project with 100% clean electricity. A solar farm is part of this project. If they expand the solar farm, they can produce enough electricity to run the trains on clean, renewable electricity. And there's no reason not to do that. So in conclusion, I strongly urge you to take a serious look at electrification. That way the kids across the Inland Empire can breathe better, the seals will rise a little bit slower, and we can spark a revolution in the railroad industry to take the best opportunity to reduce carbon emissions, improve air quality, and bring all the benefits and without the costs. Thank
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name's Mike Brown. I worked for the city of Barstow for 35 years. I'm a retiree. I live in the Sylvan community. My reason for speaking today is the main part of this facility where the trains and the trucks will be loaded and unloaded is right across from our community. And we've engaged this process with the EIR, and we've requested a sound wall or something, because it doesn't take a genius to know that trains and cranes and trucks being loaded and offloaded is going to make an incredible amount of noise. And it's going to affect our community. We're going to be there 24/7. We have a way of life. We built our homes in that area for a specific reason. It was quiet, and it was peaceful, and it was tranquil. And this project is going to come in here, and it's going to take all of that away. So we've engaged this process all along. We've asked for something to be put in place to separate us from the noise and the vibration of this project. And going through the final EIR, I look and there's nothing. There is absolutely nothing put in this project that requires any kind of sound attenuation or anything as far as putting a barrier between us. I read in there where it says it's not feasible because of like driveway openings. Well, we're not proposing put it on our side, put it on the Santa Fe side, put it next to the trains. Give us something between these rail cars and these trucks. We're not against economic growth. We're not against progress and people having jobs, but it seems like we're unfairly going to bear the burden of this project and everyone else is going to get the benefit. So I'm just asking, send this back and get something put in between us and all that noise that we all know is going to come. Your EIR says it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this meeting today. If I could get everyone that works in the trades to stand up. One of the advantages of not going first is you get to respond to some other people. So to our friends from LA that think we took off our suits to be here today, look at our hands, look at our calluses. We build your hospitals, we build your roads, we build your airports, we build America. That being said, this project is bringing jobs for us, for our children, for your grandchildren. Those are jobs that are going to be right here in the high desert. Good paying union jobs. They're going to buy homes, send their children to college, pay taxes. This isn't about LA. We're sorry you got to deal with what you got to deal with in LA. This is the high desert. We go out there every day and we see the traffic on the Cajon Pass, on the 15 freeway. The trucks are already here. Let's not ignore the fact that it's going to take 800,000 trucks off the road and have a net decrease in emissions. A net decrease. That means less emissions than there are now for the people from LA. This project benefits the high desert. This benefits Southern California, and it benefits all the men and women right here standing in front of you that build America. That's it.
Hello. It's a tough one to follow up, huh? My name's Ronnie Barrera. I'm a journeyman pipe fitter out of Local 364. I'm here representing old pipe fitters and plumbers. We are speaking today to support Barstow International Gateway and ask for you to support voting yes. This project has our full support because it will provide good paying union jobs. We commend the developer for working with unionized labor on this project and supporting a strong middle class. I'm sure you're aware this is not just a talking point. This is all of us skilled and trained workforce members advocating for shared prosperity and the pursuit of a better future for our families, communities, and Southern California as a whole. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Antonio Ortega. I'm a local union iron worker, proud member, Local 433 and 416. And I've been living here for the past 25 years. And I've seen Victorville, Adelanto, Apple Valley grow so much. And for some reason, Barstow got left behind. For the people that don't live here, just drive around the streets and see how this project would just make this city booming economically and just be a lot better for the residents. Everybody in this building is going to benefit from this project. For the people that own property here, their value will go up. For the people on the planning committee, they'll have more responsibility, so that means more money. For the people the youth that live here, there'll be high-paying jobs, everybody, so they'd rather stay here. For some reason, this Barstow, town of Barstow, is just a pit stop for people coming back and forth to Las Vegas to get coffee. I want this town to be a town where people desire to live in and desire to invest money in. So please let this project go and continue. My name is Marco Ortega. God bless America and God bless the unions.
Do we have our next speaker?
Frisia, Germany.
My name is Frisia, Germany. I own Johnson Real Estate Group, and I've worked the Barstow market for 12 years, selling retail, commercial, industrial, and large residential land. I have worked with the city council for 12 years, and the previous city council, and the one before that, and the one before that, and all the mayors and planning commissioners and everybody. So I will have to say this group of people up here, by the way, I live in the high desert, and you will be lucky to find us very many suits up here anywhere. So we are just everyday people living our lives. This, I will have to say, because I work with developers and landowners, I work with the city a lot. And they have worked diligently, from what I've seen, and hard. They probably all need a vacation right now, to put this together and look at all the issues. I think it's been, 2 years or so since this project was announced. Plenty of time for input. I know some of the issues that I've heard have been addressed. LA, I lived in LA at one time. It's old. Those projects were built a long time ago, and they didn't have the requirements that we have today. Barstow is going to grow through this project. I am working with developers and landowners. Barstow definitely, Chris, will double in 10 years, maybe more. And we're going to have some beautiful projects up here. I grew up in a town just like this, 25,000 people in the desert and oil wells in our front door. You've got a railroad that's off in the corner, and I see some issues that need to be addressed there that I think can be addressed. But Barstow's going to grow. It's going to be an amazing community. It could become the jewel of the high desert. And it's going to benefit everybody. And I don't think people from out of town, LA, old communities with all the things that go on there can probably relate as well to the kind of.
That is your time. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Vasquez, and I'm a manager of SAC Health here in Barstow. I am proud to represent SAC Health today with our commitment. Our commitment here in Barstow is real. We're a faith-based, nonprofit, federally qualified health center committed to whole person care for mind, body, and spirit. This means we do more than just treat illness. We treat every patient with respect and dignity here. SAC Health has already made a direct investment in Barstow by purchasing our current facility. As someone who works here, I see every day why this project matters. As Barstow grows, especially if the Barstow International Gateway Project comes to fruition, the need for healthcare will grow with it as well. The growth will include big workers, their families, and many people supporting growth in hospitality, restaurants, retail, transportation, public safety, education, and other services. To meet the future demand, SAC Health estimates that expanded services in Barstow could require approximately 90 additional full-time positions, resulting in about $9.5 million annual payroll impact just in our organization. SAC Health wants to hire from Barstow community whenever possible. As someone serving patients here now, I believe this expansion is more than just a project. It's about access to care, local jobs, working families, and making sure Barstow's infrastructure grows along with the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eugene Butici, and I'm speaking as a resident of Barstow, California. As far as for the economic impact that the Barstow International Gateway Project would have on the city of Barstow, I feel that subject's already been covered by the, to me, surprising number of people from outside of the high desert that have a concern about the Barstow residents. And they pretty well talked about the economic impact, and I'd like to say thank you very much for bringing that up. Having lived in Southern California for over 40 years, I have seen economic growth in other areas. In the 1980s, I worked in Corona. Corona was about the size of Barstow at that time, and Norco was the rural part of Corona. And over the years, change does happen. Eastvale, I believe someone mentioned they were from Eastvale. I remember driving down I-15, and you knew when you were passing Norco, because what is Eastvale now was actually an agricultural area, primarily with I believe it was dairy farms over there, so you could smell it in your car as you went by. Sorry, I'm from New York State. I talk funny sometimes. But truthfully, whenever you have change, yes, there will be some form of impact. There's a section of Barstow, or just outside of Barstow, Lenwood, where there's a whole series of homes out there. Lenwood, off of West Main Street as you get near Lenwood Road. When those houses were built, you didn't have the outlet mall area. So as the outlet mall area had grown, yes, there was an environmental impact report impact in regards to lighting, sound, and additional vehicles going through.
Thank you, sir. That is your time.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sharon Maybon from the Silver Lakes, Hellendale area. And I want to start by saying that the report is painstakingly prepared. It's extremely detailed in many areas. So I applaud you for that. But in fact, there are over 30 pages dedicated to mitigating the impacts that the rail project would have on various birds, mammals, reptiles. But I didn't see very much about humans. So on page I-52 or 152 of the environmental impact report, under the mitigation category, 5.4 says biological resources on any species, yeah, I think that's right, biological resources on any species identified as a candidate, sensitive, or has a special status species like wildlife, and the impact was potentially significant. Again, all this for animals, but I didn't see it addressing the needs of humans. Now, they talk about on table 1.2, 1-2, and it says 5.6 energy, would the project result in potentially significant environmental impact due to wasteful, inefficient, or unnecessary consumption of energy resources during, it addressed a lot about construction. It also says or operation, and it was potentially significant. I want you to focus on the or operation because that's going to be the ongoing thing for the next, 50 years. In 2028, which is the first year addressing I didn't plan my time well. Anyway, please consider a bridge for Hellendale, Silver Lakes.
Good afternoon, Elena Rivera, born and raised here in Barstow. I've seen it when it was in its heyday, and then whenever the economic downfall came up and down, we've been through it here in this town. I'm very proud Barstonian, and I'm here to speak in support of the BNSF big project. I hold several roles here in Barstow, but today I'm speaking in my favorite role, and that is of being a granny of 4 grandchildren. I'm asking for the voting commissioners to approve this BNSF big project because we desperately need it. Economic growth is the utmost importance for the future of our community. We are in dire need of additional living wage jobs to raise our families. This project can provide the transformation to change the poverty cycle of our community, to provide the necessities we so desperately need, to increase our healthcare facilities and medical services, to bring recreational activities for our youth and our children, to support the additional services at our school districts. Good jobs would mean additional housing being built. This project would bring revenue to improve the quality of all the residents in this Barstow community, in the outlying areas as well, all the way down to SoCal. I'm a very proud product of generational railroad families here in Barstow. My father was a machinist with Santa Fe, and he lived up to being 90 years in good health and good retirement. He had retirement for 30 years, and he had his friends that accompanied him. Yes, it is tough to work in BNSF, but you know what? We are proud.
Hi, my name's Craig Wilde. That's a tough act to follow. I'll try to be a little more calm. I'm not from Barstow. My only real knowledge of Barstow up until about 5 years ago was in pop culture related to Route 66. The reason I showed up here is because Barstow does have a convergence of 4 highways that connect about 50 million people within an 8-hour drive. The railway coming through here is the added bonus. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the general plan amendment and the BNSF specific plan and all the associated documents that go with it, because what I represent is a number of partnerships that have already brought almost $10 million worth of investment to the community, while we are trying to work towards building almost $500 million worth of development. That development will bring not only 2,800 long-term jobs, but it will also support our callous hand friends with the orange vests on in what we'll call short-term jobs during construction. It will generate over $5 million worth of property taxes alone annually, half of which goes to the local school district, 15% of which goes to the city, all of which will bolster the community long-term. So those are the numbers that I have, and I assure you I can back those numbers up. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Martinez Aguayo. I'm born and raised here in Barstow. I'm a railroader. I come from a railroad family, 4 generations. Santa Fe Railroad, 1946 is when my pops first started at the railroad as a carman. And from that part, 6 of my 7 brothers also hired at the railroad. Managerial, locomotive, engineers, laborers, electricians, machinist workers, signal maintainer, because it just didn't stop there. It continued on to nephews, nieces, and my own 2 daughters. So between us, maybe 465 years of service, railroad service, I know what I speak about. I know what it's provided for our families. I know what it's done for Barstow. This isn't just coming to Barstow. Barstow's always been a railroad town. Santa Fe Railroad has created opportunity from the old yard, where my dad used to run through those tracks in a little inspection cart, to the hump yard, which there was noise then when the hump yard came, the screeching brakes and whatnot. I listen at night. I hear diesels more than I hear those retarders braking. And I see what it has done for my family. Stability, buying homes, raising families, 401ks, retirement funds, which I'm 70. I'm drawing my railroad pension. And you know what? Santa Fe, BNSF, it is a railroad family. We're united. We know the struggles. We know the shift work. We know the requirements of what it takes. I know all the craftsmen. I know the people that come in as apprenticeship, and they become veterans. They become the people that pass their trade on to the next generation, and so need this lifeline to continue.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sherry Bailey. This project has been a significant project for me for the last 3.5 years. In study, in practice, listening, learning, participating, late nights, sleepless nights, trying to understand. Do you know, City of Barstow, that our community commission, that we initially asked for a sound wall and turning lanes? That's it. And we can't get that. We have asked to sit at the table with the peoples that be. Yes, there has been scoping meetings, there has been town hall meetings, but guess what? It took them 2.5 years to come speak to Sylvan Avenue. They've spoken to everybody except for the people who are going to be living directly across the street from this project. Simply a sound wall, turning lanes. Wait for the EIR, we were told. And we did. And we read it. And we learned that this is very significantly horrific. So these young people up here that are speaking from LA, I thank you, because I have walked through their corridors, I have spent time with them, I have walked in our own railroad communities. And you know what? They have seen what we are going to see. They have lived what we will be living. Those blue skies aren't going to be the blue skies anymore. Heldreth, Mr. Heldreth, you had stated you wanted to avoid making mistakes and to focus on existing neighborhoods. Where is my neighborhood, sir? Why are we excluded from being protected? We want good jobs, yes.
Thank you. That is your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ken Courtney. I'm a local real estate broker and investor, as well as a mortgage company owner. I was born and raised here in this city, so I've seen it all. My parents came to Barstow in the early 50s. My father was stationed at the Marine Corps Logistics Base. My father was on the city council. My brother was the mayor. My mother was a nurse at the hospital for 37 years. My father-in-law was a railroad engineer for 47 years. My uncle was an engineer for 38 years. So yes, I've seen it all. I've seen the possibility of growth. I've seen it take off down the hill. What we have to understand is all the things that we've heard here today, we've heard the worst of the worst, and we've heard the best of the best. But we all have to realize that compromising is going to be somewhere in the middle. And that's where we need to be as a community, because we got to understand that Santa Fe has provided for this city since the 1800s. And what they will provide for us will be another 100 years. So we have to realize that what they can bring is opportunity, growth, and one thing that scares a lot of people is progress. We have to face progress, because without progress, we will be passed up. We will be left behind. And unfortunately, that's a lot of what we have faced in the past. We have lacked that progress because we have this divisiveness amongst ourselves. We have to look at Santa Fe. They are here, they're going to be here, and they are going to stay here. There's a lot that they can offer all of us. All the things that we are wanting and needing for the city, it's sitting right in front of us. So I encourage everyone to stand in solidarity and support the passing.
Hello, my name is Pastor Dale Bergman, pastor of Calvary Chapel, Hellendale. I've lived in the high desert for 35 years and in the Hellendale area for that time. And I've seen the delays that have been caused by the BNSF railroad at the Vista Road crossing. And I've been told that this project is going to increase that traffic threefold, which means that practically speaking, it's going to reduce the crossing time for traffic to about 8 minutes every hour. And that's just absolutely impossible for the people who live in that community. So I'm encouraging you to really consider, particularly the railroad, consider the construction of a bridge across the railroad, at the very least. A river is another matter entirely, but a bridge across the railroad, because without that, it's going to make living in that community impossible. And I'm all for the expansion of business opportunities in Barstow, but I hate to have our community of Hillendale, which is only about the third of the size of Barstow right now, but it's still something that I don't want to be left behind, so to speak. So anyway, I want to encourage you to really consider that bridge across the railroad, just south of Vista Road. Thank you very much.
Do we have our next speaker?
Morris Rocha. Morris Rocha. Last call for Morris Rocha. Joaquin Castillejos.
Good afternoon, Barstow Planning Commission and staff and community members. My name is Joaquin Castillejos. I'm with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, representing members across San Bernardino and Riverside counties. And I'm here today to ask the Planning Commission to stand in opposition to this project, the big project. Like many folks have said here today, the EIR is flawed, the pollution levels are unacceptable, and the train should be fully electric. It is possible to have a different outcome than what is being proposed today. It's not only possible, but it's also feasible, and it should be something that this Planning Commission should push for. I also wanted to add that I come from a community similar to Barstow, where residents have felt for a long time like there needs to be investment, like there has been underinvestment, there needs to be improvements to the city, there needs to be more that needs to be done. We had lack of street improvements, sewer, sidewalks, lack of small businesses, of jobs. So what happened? What happened to my community? Well, we had the logistics industry come in all its forms to offer to be a savior for my community. Warehouses, truck stops, rail expansions, all took over, and now my community is not anything of what I grew up, what I learned to love. The elementary school I went to has been sold to a developer. The open spaces that I used to love are gone. The community is not the same anymore, and I think that's something that is a reality when it comes to these projects, when it comes to outside investments. And I ask the commission and the community to reflect on that.
I stand before you today not as just a resident of Barstow, but as someone who deeply cares about the future of our community, our schools, our families, and our local economy. We continue to hear concerns about change, but the reality is Barstow is already negatively changed. The question before us is no longer whether growth is coming, it's whether Barstow will benefit. Right now, our community faces serious challenges. Young people grow up here and leave because there's no opportunities. Families spend their money outside of Barstow because we lack businesses, entertainment, restaurants, and economic activity that keep communities thriving. Small business owners struggle because there's simply not enough people investing and spending locally. This project gives us an opportunity to begin changing that direction. This project will bring jobs, economic development, and new investment. More importantly, they bring people and resources that can strengthen our schools and create a better future for our children. When businesses grow, communities grow. That means more support for local programs, stronger school enrollment, more stability for families, and more opportunity for the next generation to stay here, work here, and build their lives here. Barstow deserves progress. Our children deserve opportunity. Our community deserves the chance to grow into something stronger than what we have today. To those of you speaking from down the hill, have you experienced life here? If not, focus on your own community. Let us take care of ours. Remove 800,000 trucks to reduce traffic, bring jobs and pride back to our community. I urge you to approve this project and invest in the future of this town.
I am Keller Horton. Raise your hand if you love truck traffic. Buddy, come on, raise your hand if you love sitting behind trucks. How about if you love breathing truck diesel fumes? I love rolling down my window on the 15 freeway and going, oh, yes, diesel. Well, if you love truck traffic and you love diesel fumes, kill this project. If you hate truck traffic and you hate diesel fumes, let's get this thing built. Now, let's have a look. Don't stop agitating for phased-in bridges, timeline for electric trains and trucks, phasing in a requirement for union labor at those warehouses instead of abusive warehouses. Let's have a look. Barstow is the one city in the United States that has the two biggest railroads in the country going through it. 4 major freeways, 2 of which go to the Atlantic coast, 1 which goes to Canada. There are no other cities. Let's get this thing built. I did my math. $350 million a year of tax money coming to Barstow and this area. I want you to imagine having the money to take all the stormwater and put it in ponds where you can go fishing and picnicking. I want you to imagine bike paths all over Barstow with thousands of trees that are drip irrigated. This takes money. That's why we don't have those things now. There isn't the money.
Council and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joe Cruz, longtime resident of Barstow. I currently live in Newberry Springs, California, but it's the greater Barstow area, isn't it? My father was a railroad man. My uncles, railroad men. And they didn't die because of diesel fuel inhaling. They died because of poor diets or injuries, but you know, they didn't die because of those things. Fear doesn't motivate me at all to go ahead and progress. I believe in what you're doing, and I trust our leadership that is here today. I think that you guys right now, all of you, are making the best decisions possible, not just for Barstow, but for our nation. It is an important move. As Dr. Horton just explained, you know, this is one of the few areas in the whole United States where everything kind of comes together. Once upon a time, it was known as the crossroads. And we do need to go ahead and consider that going forward. That being said, I would also like to go ahead and bring up one more thing. In the considerations as you continuously design and build out the progress for Barstow and our nation, I would like you to go ahead and consider that, yes, there are going to be people who are probably going to be displaced. I understand this. I understand those things. But be wise. If they request things, help them. It is their home. And I'm for that as well. Lastly, I would like to go ahead and say this. In your considerations going forward, understand that all of us here are trusting you to think and bring to the best that you have to offer. I do support.
I understand why people have concerns. We all care about our children, our schools, our air quality, and the future of Barstow. I work for the school district, so I care deeply about those things too. But I also believe we have to look honestly at the full picture of what this project means for our community. Barstow was built on transportation, logistics, and the railroad. My grandfather's family moved here because of the railroad. My grandfather retired from BNSF. Those jobs built homes, supported families, and helped create the Barstow many of us grew up in. For generations, the railroad has not just passed through this town, it has sustained it. As someone who works in our schools, I also see another side of this conversation. Our children do not just need protection from challenges, they also need opportunity, stability, and hope for their future. Strong jobs and economic growth help families stay in Barstow, support local businesses, and strengthen the tax base that supports city services and our schools. When families have stable careers, students benefit. Children do better when parents are financially secure, when families are not forced to relocate for work, and when young people can actually imagine building a future here after graduation instead of feeling like they have to leave their hometown behind. This project represents opportunity for stable careers, for economic growth, for local spending, and for investment in our community. Opportunity for our students to see pathways into good-paying careers right here in Barstow. And while some are saying this project will destroy Barstow, I believe refusing growth is what truly risks hurting our future. We cannot ask for jobs, investment, and economic stability and then reject every major project that brings them. Change is difficult. Development always comes with impacts that must be managed responsibly. That's why oversight, mitigation, and accountability matter. But we should not allow fear alone to stop progress. BNSF has already invested heavily in this community. I believe in Barstow. I believe in working families. I believe in our schools and our children, and I believe this project can.
Hello, Commission. My name is Rafael Herrera. I'm here representing the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I'm in opposition of the Barstow International Railway and urge the Commission to vote no on the general plan update. As an Inland Empire resident and a student at California State University, San Bernardino, I am cognizant of the reality of living, working, and studying near rail facilities. The smog is unbearable, the truck traffic is horrible, and the increase in health risks, such as lung cancer and children hospitalizations, is alarming. Barstow residents will have to live with the reality of being next to an industrial monolith that exposes them to tremendous harm if approved. Furthermore, the general plan update will cause extraordinary damage by increasing pollution and worsening already unhealthy regional air quality. Like many others in Solidarity have already said, proposed economic growth is not worth the risks to public health. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep this short. The negative effects that the railroads cause won't be immediate. And I get it. You guys are old, so you won't have to live with the consequences. But I will, and your kids will, and your grandkids will. I don't understand how a parent could support something so damaging to families. How do I care more about your kids' futures than you do? Do you guys genuinely hate your kids? Like, actually, how could you have them live like this? I come all the way from LA to protect our environment and people's lives. What good do jobs and money do when we don't have a planet to live on? I don't think there's anything more embarrassing than being a bootlicker. BNSF does not care about you. They would chop off your left nut if it would make them an extra buck. I just want you guys to realize that we can't eat money and you can't pay the world to function properly. Thank you.
My name's My name's Eric Chow, and I stand here in strong opposition to the environmental impact report. The company didn't do it right, and they know they didn't do it right. They say, oh, there's nothing we can do to mitigate the diesel. There's nothing, the mitigation measures are less than significant, but what does significant even mean? The community needs economic growth. I'm not denying that, but I'm saying if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it right. You want to think about Barstow's future, think about what relying on diesel is. Something as mercurial and deleterious as diesel, who knows what diesel is going to look like in 10 years if there's going to be a stable supply. Go electric now. They have a solar farm. They have electric cranes. They have electric hostlers. They're halfway there. Just go all the way. Build the trains electric. It won't even affect the construction. You're building the thing. You're building electric trains versus diesel trains. It's still getting the jobs for the unions. They can still support that. I don't like the impact report and how it kind of says, well, we need this more than that. Humans over profit is an important thing. If we're all so caught up in making money, we lose sight of who we are, is what makes us human, and that's our connection to each other. That's our communities. So if you're caught up in damaging your communities for some short-sighted thing, you need to do it for the long term. Electric trains, as several people have talked about, are feasible. Electrification is what the state wants anyway. There's all renewables, and it's all doable. And so, when you look at this and reject that environmental impact report, you might say, oh, that's going to add more time to the process. But it's better to do something right than to rush it through and deal with the nasty consequences of it 10, 20 years down the road when your grandkids are figuring out, oh, I love Barstow, I love this community, but what if, the sky's not gray and the air quality's bad? So if you really care about them and if you really want to bring your community forward, do something that makes a difference. Do it right or don't do it at all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin, and I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice. In California, we have certain laws designed to protect us. And for a project like this one, BNSF and the city of Barstow must comply with CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act. Now, CEQA has two purposes: to make sure that the public and decision makers are informed of a project's environmental impacts, and that when the project is determined to have significant impacts, it will use every means possible to clean up that pollution. Now, the goal of CEQA is not to kill projects. It's to make sure they're done right to protect people's lives. Now, as submitted in our previous letters, there are numerous issues with the EIR that must be corrected, but there's a very big new error that I want to highlight. The final EIR contains a staggering amount of significant new information that was not included in the draft EIR. And when this happens, CEQA has a process that must be followed. The EIR must be recirculated for public review. So what is this new information, and is it really such a big deal? You tell me. Whereas the draft EIR said that Big's locomotives would burn 6.5 million gallons of diesel per year, the new EIR says that locomotives will burn 14.5 million gallons of diesel per year. Whereas the draft EIR said that Big would decrease overall diesel use by 5 million gallons per year, the final EIR concludes Big will increase overall diesel use by 3.5 million gallons per year. These are the kinds of changes that require the city to recirculate the EIR. This is not simply up to the discretion of the Planning Commission. This is the law. The Planning Commission cannot approve the Big project and Barstow General Plan today without violating CEQA. So please, I hope you take the pause, you correct the errors, and you recirculate for public review. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Hom. I'm an attorney with Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'm here just to echo Yasmin's comments and everyone's comments who've traveled from LA today. I want to be direct. People are dying in Los Angeles and across the state because they're breathing dirty air. Diesel-fueled freight operations pollute the air, worsen the climate crisis, and claim thousands of lives. BNSF plans to add over 15 diesel-fueled locomotives from the San Pedro Bay Port Complex to Barstow, locking in diesel for decades, threatening to shorten life expectancy for Barstow and LA residents. The final EIR holds a staggering amount of new information. As Yasmin said, an analysis that requires full recirculation of the final EIR. The draft EIR stated that BIG would reduce millions of gallons of diesel each year, and now the final EIR concludes that BIG will increase diesel consumption by millions of gallons. Only adding insult to injury, the final EIR hides this critical information in an appendix and fails to incorporate this information into the energy analysis. The American Lung Association's 2026 State of the Air report confirms that Los Angeles' air is already the worst in one of the worst air quality in the nation. And yet the Port of Long Beach and Port of LA are planning to reduce to double cargo volume by 2050. The final EIR fails to account for this fact and grossly underestimates BIG's impact on port communities in LA and local Barstow residents. We didn't travel from LA today because we randomly wanted to comment on a project. We traveled here today because we're worried about the state of the air and about people's health. No company is above the law, no matter how well resourced. It's your moral and legal obligation to correct the EIR and electrify this project. Please stand in solidarity with Barstow and LA residents and prioritize public health over company profits. Thank you for considering our comments.
Hello, my name is Bill Moyer. I am the co-author of the book Solutionary Rail, host of the Reconnect America podcast, a solidarity member of Railroad Workers United, and a proud member of the Moving Forward Network Coalition. Our brothers should know here that power gives up nothing without demand, and all these people are here to help you demand to do this right. In 2018, I asked at the Berkshire Hathaway meeting a question of Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger about BNSF electrification. And you know what Charlie Munger said? He said, the questioner's on the side of the angels. It will be electrified eventually. Greg will decide when. It's time for Greg Abel to decide when. Now is when. Barstow is the place to do this. There's no way that they are going to give you, and some brother said something about zero emissions, like it's going to come someday. They are only going to give you what you insist on. So without demanding zero emissions, you're not going to get it. Without demanding electrification, you're not going to get it. And not only is rail electrification the actual future of rail, it's the present. It's the global standard. So what everybody here is asking you to do is to be the leader for the global standard. IBEW, I bet my ass that you all would be in this room cheering really loudly if this was going to be electrified. That's not going to chase any of your supporters away. It's you that are sit in a moment of opportunity to make Greg Abel decide that now is when it's the time to do it right, to listen to the community. They've got plenty of resources to do it, so let's make them do it. I believe that rail can be a source of solutions and reduce harm and spread benefits, and now is the place to start, and you have a great opportunity to make it so.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Pitts. I'm one of your local EMS workers, firefighters from the area of Hinckley. I was looking at your map. You guys are taking away Hinckley Road to National Trails. You guys are cutting off one of our response areas. Chris, if you have a fire at your house, that is my first due unit. It would increase time to get into your house by about 20 minutes. You guys need to look at that. Also, if the ladies here from BNSF still, you guys need to look at a bridge to go over at Vista. They get tied up every time, and it takes an extra 15 to 20 minutes sometimes for them to get to me, and I ask for Barstow right away, and it takes them a long time to get dispatched to help. I get what people are saying. You guys need to look at that and maybe make some changes. Also, for all you environmental people, you guys want electric? Have you guys ever seen an electric car fire, what it causes? How much damage it does to the universe? How much damage it does to the environment? It's worse. What do you do with the batteries when they're done? It's worse. You cannot get rid of them. Pay attention to what you guys are saying. Pay attention to what you guys want. I want the same thing. I want clean air and all the other stuff. But that stuff is worse for the environment than anything. And if you go to electric, what are you going to power it with? You got to go to a power plant. What does that run off of? Coal, gas, everything else. You're still polluting the environment. Pay attention. Read your book. Do some homework, guys. Electric is worse for the environment. Electric cars are worse. That's right. Electric is worse. But I think that you guys are doing a good job, and I'm really supportive of the big project. Like I said, you guys need to think about those responses for our EMS guys to get to you guys. That's my first value.
Good afternoon. My name is Wesley Quintanar with the Holiday Inn Express in Barstow, and then a lifelong resident of the Victor Valley. I was born and raised out here. I have almost a century of family history out here, from Oak Hills all the way out to Needles, and I've seen the decay of Barstow over the past 30-something years, and especially the past 14 years of my professional life in hotels. And I can tell you right now, Barstow tourism market is absolutely down. The government and the corporate sector is down for hospitality. And for those from LA wanting to talk about our community, how dare you when you don't have any clue about our community? You're here for an agenda, not a community. So that is inappropriate. We're here to talk about what is needed for our future and our generations to come. And this is a project that can sustain. It's not perfect. There's things that do need to change. I agree, for Hellendale and Silver Lakes, getting that bridge, that would be awesome, You never thought about that, never heard about anything going on with Sylvan. Hopefully you guys can get that fixed, but we are totally for the project because this is needed. This is something that's going to change, and we can't have any more decay in Barstow. Without this, I can't see Barstow surviving another 20, 30 years. We're going to turn into Amboy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modesta Lilly, and I proudly represent the Fairfield Inn Suites and Town Place Suites by Marriott here in Barstow. I'm here today to express my support for this project and respectfully encourage its approval. I also want to acknowledge that I understand many residents and concerns regarding health concerns, noise, traffic levels, traffic infrastructure improvements such as additional bridges and sound walls. These concerns are important, and I believe they should continue to be a part of the conversation as the project moves forward. At this time, I believe the project represents a major opportunity for the city of Barstow. As someone in hospitality industry, I see firsthand how development can positively impact our local communities by bringing jobs, increased business activities, tourism, and long-term investment into our community. Growth like this supports not only hotels, but it also restaurants, retail businesses, gas stations, and many other local services. I also believe this project of this size can help encourage future infrastructures improvements and continued investments into our city. With proper planning, collaboration, community input, I believe Barstow can continue to grow while also addressing the concerns that residents have regarding health, traffic, noise, and quality of life. Barstow has a great potential, and I believe this project is an opportunity to move our city forward in a positive direction while continuing to work together to protect and improve our community for future generations. On behalf of Fairfield Inn and Suites and Town Place Suites by Marriott Barstow, we respectfully ask for your support and approval of this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, commissioners, community members, and everyone in the audience.
My name is Jen Victor Andasan. I'm a resident of Carson in Los Angeles County. And honestly, I wasn't going today. I was running, and literally, I felt like the spirit or something in the universe told me to come here 2.5 hours to speak up and be in solidarity with community members and activists that are fighting and going to be affected by this big project. And this project isn't just about Barstow. It actually ties back to my home in the Wilmington, Carson, West Long Beach area because those goods are coming from that area. And a little background, I grew up and lived in Carson. I grew up next to the rail yards, and in less than a year, I developed asthma, along with my brother and my mom, who developed adult asthma at 65. From 2014 to 2024, I was a community organizer at East Yard, and we worked alongside community members, and we stopped the Skig rail yard. So that 2 times that this ChatGPT project, came from, we stopped it in our community because we learned, because BNSF said it's going to take off trucks. Lies. It's going to clean up the air. Lies. Every meeting that we got allowed us to realize that this project was actually going to harm our communities. And I'm asking you, commissioners, if the city of LA and the Port of LA, with their almost $20 billion budget, in 20 years could not pass this, does Barstow have time to waste? 20 years to waste money for nothing to happen? And in that time, community built our power, understood decision-making, learned about technologies, and we stopped Skig. And I was really happy when we stopped Skig, and then I found out Big was getting built. And what we're asking you all today is not to say no. We want to say yes. We want to say yes to things like jobs, yes to things like opportunities, but we want to say yes to things that address the impacts of pollution, that prioritizes people over profit, invest in electric infrastructure, and make sure that people aren't sacrificed in the process of profit for BNSF. So we can have both, and it's your time to make a decision that's going to prioritize people over profit. Thank you.
Vice Chair, that was the last speaker. I believe the gentleman in the front, he already spoke earlier today.
If he doesn't, escort him out, please. He had already spoken. And there is no further speakers, correct?
That's all the speakers.
Okay. Seeing no additional speaker, I will now close the public hearing at 4:08. Thank you for all your comments. We will now take a 15-minute recess and reconvene at 4:23. Thank you. Testing. Okay, there we go. Okay, before we turn to commissioner questions and comments, I'll ask City Manager Clayton and staff if there are any additional points of information staff would like to provide.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to turn it over to Director Hildreth to provide some responses to some questions and issues that were brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Clayton. I have on operational noise mitigation. Big Design minimizes operational noise through the following: use of electrical equipment like hostlers, forklifts, and rail-mounted gantry cranes, which substantially reduces engine noise. Most of the railroad or rail yard would be 30 to 45 feet below Main Street's elevation. This means that the intervening slope would mostly contain Big's noise operation in the depressed rail yard. Big also proposes rubberized asphalt on road segments where significant traffic noise impacts are anticipated. With this mitigation, traffic noise would be below the Federal Transportation Administration's exterior road noise thresholds. Nevertheless, Big's operational noise would result in a significant and unavoidable impact because long-term operational noise levels would exceed applicable exterior and interior noise standards and/or results in a substantial noise increase at nearby sensitive receptors. Additionally, Big's operational noise impacts would be reduced by mitigation, including 2 noise barriers. One surrounding the substation in the northeastern portion of the solar farm, and another along the eastern and southern boundary of the emergency generators in the northeastern portion of the intermodal facility. The EIR also considers proposed noise barriers along Main Street as mitigation for Big's operational noise impacts, but they were unfeasible for 2 reasons. Because Big's intervening slope / depressed rail yard would already minimize noise at most receptors. A noise barrier along the north side of Main Street would only benefit 5 significant impacted sensitive receptors / homes. The cost of this wall is more than $16 million. Relative to the number of potential benefited receptors, far exceeds Caltrans's financial feasibility standards. Caltrans financial feasibility standard is $146,000 per benefited receptor and was established by Caltrans to determine if a noise wall mitigation would be considered economically feasible. A proposed sound wall along the north side of Main Street would cost more than $3.2 million per benefited receptor, or more than 20 times the Caltrans standard. The mitigation effect of a sound wall along the south side of Main Street proposed to mitigate interior noise impacts of combined rail yard and roadway noise would be substantially reduced by the need to leave gaps and accommodate driveways, and moreover, was also determined to be infeasible under the Caltrans financial feasibility study. The next item is in the Sylvan community. This is not a typical rail facility. BNSF has designed Big using the cleanest feasible technology available, more than 10 times electrified, more than 10x electrified other than similar rail facilities in the area. This demonstrates BNSF's commitment to taking all feasible steps to being a good citizen in the city of Barstow. These commitments include dedicated Tier 4 fleet of locomotives on the rail corridor between the ports and the Big intermodal facility, the cleanest available. Only Tier 4 switcher locomotives at Big, again, the cleanest feasible technology. Zero emission rail mounted gantry cranes, forklifts, top picks, side loaders, and hostler trucks. Containers would be transported between the rail yard and transloaded warehouse center using only electric hostlers and only via an on-site private closed-loop roadway to minimize local roadway traffic. BNSF also voluntarily committed to replacing Tier 4 switcher locomotives, Tier 0 switcher locomotives at the existing BNSF railway yard with Tier 4 switcher locomotives. This is an on-the-ground pledge to making existing conditions in the city better. The state of California also recognized these commitments when they certified BIG as a critical transportation infrastructure project under SB 149. The state independently verified the benefits of BIG, ensured measures in place for disadvantaged communities. The city fully analyzed the environmental impacts of BIG, including on the Sylvan community. The EIR analyzed potentially sensitive receptors in the Sylvan community for potential noise and vibration, air quality, lighting impacts, and we fully disclosed these impacts. The city adopted all feasible mitigation. There are no other feasible mitigation measures that can be adopted. As mentioned before, the city specifically looked at the economic feasibility of the sound wall along the north side of Main Street under the relevant Caltrans standard, and it did not qualify. The city cannot require BNSF to buy out the community or give residents money. That's not how CEQA works. The city will ensure that all mitigation measures are carried out and any local impacts are reduced to the extent of feasible, both during construction and through the long-term operation of the facility. And that's all I have.
Thank you, and I just want to add to what Director Halbreath just said, that Tier 0 to Tier 4, it's a significant increase. Tier 4 is the cleanest locomotive that they can put in. So with that, I would like to invite the technical teams to come up from BNSF to provide more information on the electric comments.
Yeah, public comment, please.
Is that on? Yeah. All right, I'll take a few minutes just to address a few of the comments we received on two things, both battery electric locomotives and the catenary or fully electric locomotives. New technologies such as battery electric locomotives or BELs must be reliably tested in real-world settings so they do not cause major supply chain issues or safety issues when they're rolled out. Battery electric locomotives or BELs are not commercially ready for use at BIG. And in fact, there are fewer than 6 BELs undergoing prototyping and pre-production evaluation. These models have not received approval from the Federal Railroad Administration. Only 4 line haul BELs have been delivered to a customer worldwide, that's in Australia, and there is no operating data available on those locomotives. BELs have yet to achieve reliability targets, which are specific tests to measure the failure rate of the locomotives. So in addition to not being commercially ready, BELs are also operationally infeasible at BIG. BELs require significantly more switching activities compared to diesel locomotives because they need to return to a charging station once per shift. By doing that, the BIG design would need to have to be substantially modified and expanded in order to accommodate for this change, resulting in additional impacts. In addition, we also heard about electric locomotives or a catenary system, specifically from the ports to BIG. Catenary systems for freight rail specifically are infeasible for a number of operational and practical reasons. The construction lead time is significant, 9 to 20 years, which would delay the opening date of BIG. CARB's estimate for the corridor to build a catenary system is over $8 billion. Further, the Siemens locomotives noted in the public comments are being used on existing catenary systems for passenger rail, not freight rail. Furthermore, there are no significant air quality impacts in the corridor where the catenary would be used. I'm happy to answer any more questions related to electric locomotive technology.
Thank you.
Jennifer Harry Kimley Horn.
Thank you. I next would like to ask Lena Kent to provide more information on and a response on the bridge, the comments regarding bridges, please.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak about the bridges. I think one of the benefits of being with BNSF for 30 years is I have worked as the public affairs director in this region for my entire 30 years. And I would say that out of my 30 years, 25 of those years, I have heard about the request from Hellendale for a grade separation. Grade separations are the responsibility of the road authority. So in this case, it would be the County of San Bernardino. Despite the fact that it is the County of San Bernardino's responsibility for a grade separation, BNSF has offered to, or has not just offered, but has given the county $2 million to build and upgrade a crossing that is just railroad west of Vista Road. So that $2 million would be for design of upgrading that existing crossing so that it's an alternate access for those folks that live in the Silver Lakes area. I think when that community was built, it was built and approved by built by the developer and approved by the county with only an at-grade crossing in place. So certainly the opportunity for us to contribute to that community is something that we have been voluntarily doing. In addition to that, if the county moves forward with a grade separation at Vista Road, BNSF will contribute 5 to 10% of the total cost based on whether or not there's state or federal funds involved. So that could be up to $10 million that BNSF would contribute for the grade separation. I would also say that the big project will help folks in the Silver Lakes area. Right now, if there's congestion along our main line, we have no place to pull into. We are held captive. With Barstow, with a new big project, we will have tracks that we will be able to pull in and hold trains at until that congestion clears. So certainly should provide some benefits to the Silver Lake community. I would just add that, again, I appreciate the opportunity to come up and clarify a few of those issues. Certainly this EIR has been a comprehensive environmental analysis. And I would say that, just add that unnecessary delay would jeopardize the viability of this project. So my hope is that you will approve the project in terms of moving forward. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite the city's consultant from PlaceWorks, Mark Teague, to provide more technical information on the health risk concerns.
Thank you. My name is Mark Teague. I'm with PlaceWorks, and we evaluated the criteria of pollutants associated with both the general plan and with BIG as part of the EIR. As you might imagine, there's a number of state, local, and regional standards that go into that analysis, and the standards are conservative. There were no big impacts that were operationally localized for certain types of criteria, but we look at all of them as part of the overall piece, including toxic air contaminants, which would include your 2.5 million parts per million for diesel particulate matter. There's also, we looked at them for a series of years as well, 9 years, 25 years, 30 years, 75-year exposure that looks at if you were exposed to these things standing there next to them for those periods of time. The threshold for the significance is very low, it's very conservative. It's, my notes here, it's 10 in a million, which is 0.001%. And to put that in perspective, as noted in the EIR, the potential of dying from heat stroke is 73 in a million. The potential of getting struck by lightning is 7.4 in a million. And the numbers in the EIR go beyond that. Simply the general contraction of cancer in the United States is 250,000 per million, 1 in 4, if you look at it from that way. The big impacts did show that they were ahead of that. Criteria has been noted by the commenters and is disclosed in the EIR. And we took a little deeper look at that. One of the things that we look at is air quality doesn't end at the city boundaries. It doesn't end in certain geographic areas. So in this particular system, we took a look at the entire area. This is cutting edge because many projects don't have the ability to do this. And in fact, it's very rare to be able to do this at all because the technology simply hasn't been there. And what they found out is in this health impact assessment looks at the entire region, is that based on the criteria used in the study and evaluated by the air quality districts, there was no statistically significant change in health or air quality impacts associated with health within the region. What that essentially means for this particular project is that the impacts are localized, we've disclosed what the potential impacts are, and there are no regional impacts that are statistically significant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I would now like to turn it over to City Attorney Summers to provide more information.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Clayton. I'll speak to a couple of key points. The first up is, despite the comments raised by some not from Barstow, there is not a 3 million gallon increase in diesel fuel usage. That's simply incorrect. The referenced diesel fuel usage was evaluated and disclosed in detail in the EIR and the air quality and greenhouse gas analysis sections. The comment that they're citing on is there was a change made in the errata to make sure that the energy section, which had an error, connected and matched with the air quality and greenhouse gas sections. The energy analysis had only taken credit for a reduction in diesel fuel consumption as a result of the big project for truck miles traveled in California, as is appropriate per CEQA standards. As noted in the EIR, the big project would remove hundreds of millions of miles of truck miles traveled nationally. The EIR conservatively, in accord with CEQA, did not include that national truck miles reduction and thus national reduction in diesel gallons used in the energy analysis. But when you factor that back in, big results in an overall net reduction of between 20 and 30 million gallons of diesel fuel consumption relative to baseline. And correcting the energy section to account for that, thereby matching the air quality and greenhouse gas analysis sections, that was the change that was made. And that's not an increase in diesel fuel usage, it's a significant reduction, as was noted. Because the significance conclusion, meaning that there is not a significant environmental impact, did not change, recirculation is not required for that reason. And there was no impact on air quality and greenhouse gases. I'll also speak to recirculation more generally. CEQA requires that an EIR only has to be recirculated, which means a whole another round of public comment and a significant delay. That's only required if the draft EIR was so fundamentally and basically inadequate that the public wasn't given the opportunity to provide meaningful review and comment, or new significant information came to light that has any of the following triggers: a new significant environmental impact from the project or a new mitigation measure, a substantial increase in the severity of an impact that flips it from less than significant to significant, or if the project proponent rejects a proposed new alternative or mitigation measure that meets 3 sub-triggers: that it is feasible, considerably different from those already evaluated, and that clearly lessens the project's significant environmental impacts. None of those standards have been met here, and recirculation of this EIR is not required. As noted in today's commentary and in the 2,000 letters we received, the public had the opportunity and the information to provide significant, thoughtful, and meaningful comment on the draft EIR, as we heard in today's comments and through the letters. And there has been no significant new information under the standards of CEQA that has come to light. Under CEQA, significant new information is information that would change the EIR in a way that would have resulted in a impact flipping again from less than significant to significant. So with that, I'll note specifically as to the letter from Earth Justice and the comments today from their representatives, nothing in that letter requires recirculation. The reference to battery electric storage systems, that was an inadvertent inclusion in the draft environmental impact report. None of the assumptions nor the analysis relied on battery electric storage systems as the basis for any mitigation measure, and fixing that clerical error did not result in any changes to the emissions impacts or mitigation measures, not significant new information. On greenhouse gases, there was a text error that was corrected. Again, no change to the impacts in the analysis that the greenhouse gas analysis is less than significant with mitigation for big. No change there, no new impacts, no new information requiring recirculation. On the expert reports, CEQA requires the city to respond to public comments, as it did. In the response to comments, the city provides information. That included the expert reports that were prepared by a number of consultants, professionals in their field, regarding the points that were raised in response to those comments. Complying with CEQA to provide information in response to comments does not itself trigger recirculation. Because again, none of the recirculation triggers that I laid out have been met. And last, the claimed increases in rail traffic at Hobart Commerce and San Bernardino rail yards, nothing to do with BIG. And those cited by the outside commenters do not trigger recirculation. In sum, CEQA does not require recirculation when the revisions to the draft EIR, as here, merely clarify, amplify, or make insignificant modifications. Nothing identified in the Earth Justice letter, and nothing identified in any other comment letters or today's comments require recirculation. With that, I'll turn it back to the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just close the staff comments with just a brief overview of the SB 149 certification and some emphasis on how important this governor's certification of the project is. BIG is the first transportation-related infrastructure project certified by the governor under SB 149. To qualify for the certification, the governor determined that BIG represents a $4 billion private investment in California that will help reduce the congestion in port-adjacent communities and improve the supply chain reliability. BIG will also bring a huge shift from heavy-duty truck to rail. It's going to remove hundreds of thousands of truck miles on our highways, significantly in the Cajon Pass, which, as a commenter stated earlier, is very congested. It results in the net reductions of the GHG emissions, and it advances the goals related to the state's climate action plan for transportation. This project, the commitments under the project benefits are enforceable and will be implemented by the development agreement, conditions of approval, MOUs, memorandums of understanding, and the Mojave Air Quality District Cooperative Agreement. There are only 10 transportation projects that can be certified under SB 149, and this is the first. It also provides for an expedited ruling on lawsuits to be settled within 9 months, which ensures that key infrastructure will be swiftly implemented and the environmental standards will be followed. Lastly, it also does not change CEQA's substantive environmental review requirements. The city has engaged in a full comprehensive review under BIG, and this certification certifies that the governor supports the work that has undergone under the environmental impact report and the CEQA process. So with that, I will turn it over to the chair to answer any questions from staff or ask any questions of staff.
Thank you. At this time, I'll bring back the item back to the commission for discussion and questions of staff. Commissioner Beekman, any questions?
No.
Commissioner Zimmerman, questions? Commissioner Wiesmer?
Yes. First of all, on the noise issue, I have it in here, page 4-82 of mitigation monitoring. You've addressed in noise mitigation the two major sources of noise that would be at that facility. One is going to be a 10-foot fence, noise barrier surrounding the substation. The other is going to be a 14-foot high fence around the emergency generators. So you have addressed very significant sources of noise and mitigated this. So I think that should be made clear to the public that beyond what you had already said. My understanding also from the city plan that construction activities will be limited from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. However, I noticed throughout the EIR you talk about nighttime construction. So I'm a little confused on that issue. Will there be nighttime construction, or will you follow this 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
We should answer as we go, I think. And so I'll note on the nighttime construction component, there is expected to be some nighttime construction if the project warrants it. For example, a concrete pour that you can't pour half of a concrete slab and stop and restart. But I'd like to direct Director Hildreth to speak a little more on that.
Yes, so there will be some nighttime construction, as Mr. Summers did mention. Specifically, I can get a little bit more detail with like a concrete pour. Whenever it's 115 degrees outside, for example, you start early, because the curing of the concrete and things like that. Additionally, there will be some nighttime work whenever we're doing the land, the grading, the mass grading of the site, in order to be able to meet timelines and things. So there will be nighttime work. We have asked and will be enforcing loud. So, for example, in part of the project, there's some. The easiest way for me to explain it is they're going to be putting things in the ground, right? There's some pylons that are going to be getting installed, and they use a machine that hammers those in. We have told them that they won't be able to do that at night, and that they'll be required to fall underneath the regular rules for loud receptors like that. But there will be grading and some miscellaneous things that will be happening at nighttime. That is correct.
And if I could also suggest, we might also call on Mr. Teague to speak a little bit to the sound wall question that you raised as well.
Yes.
Sorry to keep popping up like a jack-in-the-box back here. My name, again, is Mark Teague, and in terms of noise walls, for stationary noise sources, it's relatively easy to put a small wall around a small noise generator. Where it gets complicated is noise walls are most effective either close to the noise source or close to the recipient. Noise is generally line of sight. So if I can see the recipient, the noise wall is not going to be effective. Why that might occur? Driveways, places for people to get in and out of their homes, all require openings in noise walls. When you're doing a substation or you're doing something along those lines, you can put in gates and you can keep noise away from that sort of thing. And I will note that nighttime construction is allowed. It is listed as a significant and unavoidable impact in the EIR, specifically in utilities, because we know it's going to be there. And there are several provisions within the EIR that keep certain loud noises at bay during the nighttime, so we're not exposing it to sensitive receptors.
I also note in here it says that it has to be approved by community development.
I'm sorry, it has to be approved by community development? Yes, that's pretty standard in other communities, is to have the plan, the construction plan, come in and talk to the community development director so that there is some city oversight. The city's not giving up its oversight of this, and we'll be working closely, obviously, with the construction crew. They don't want a bunch of phone calls either. And so that we're working with them to make sure. There's also provision to let the people around that area know we may be constructing here. We do that now as a matter of course if we're constructing in streets and so forth, because communication is better than surprises.
Thank you. I think we need to let that information out to the community so they're aware.
Absolutely.
There was mitigation done.
Yes, sir.
And it directly impacted significant noise sources.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another question is, explain the difference between biodiesel and regular diesel, and why it's supposedly better?
Biodiesel supposedly has less particulate matter, diesel particulate matter. And I can get into the whole chemical things by getting somebody else up here to answer the correct question, because I'm not a chemist. But I know that the point of the reused diesel, or the reused oil, is the recycled oil, is to reduce the amount of particulate matter that comes out of the emissions process, thereby giving you an air quality benefit.
And it'll be strictly biodiesel that'll be used on site?
That I do not have the answer for, and I do not believe the EIR mandates it. I believe it's a percentage of the total usage, and I think that percentage is 10%.
And if I remember correctly, that's also part of the voluntary commitments made by the railroad as opposed to a strict mitigation measure. We might invite Ms. Harry to speak a little bit to that.
Yes,
the details of the operational usage of renewable diesel on site.
I don't want to misspeak, Commissioner, so let's have the applicant come.
Jennifer Harry with Kimley Horn. So you're right. So what we're proposing to use in both the locomotive fleet and then on site is a 10% renewable diesel. So specific to the locomotives, let me explain that right now today, the locomotive diesel that's used in the Southern California fleet is 1% renewable diesel. That is being increased to 10% renewable diesel, and as Mark correctly stated, has resulted in a reduction in that diesel particulate matter. Not only will it just be the trains that the new trains we're adding to the corridor, it's actually all trains leaving the ports will be fueled with that 10% renewable diesel.
Not done yet. The funding that's supposed to come to the city from this, mentioned in here, 2.6 million surplus. So when does that begin?
So that will begin at the time of project completion. There will be there will be some time that ramps up until that point, but the full realized amount of the 2.6 million incurring the additional expenses as well as the revenues will be at project completion when the project is implemented.
At 2048?
I'm sorry, no, the project is a 30-month construction period, so at close of construction and begin of operation. To clarify, I apologize for that.
And how does the city address boom and bust situations? We're going to have the boom with all the construction activity, then most of them are going to disappear on us. So what have you addressed in your general plan to that issue?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the beginning of the question? The increase in, I'm sorry, can you just repeat that? I missed the very beginning of what you said.
Again, any large project is a boom and bust situation. You have all the construction in front, and your construction workers disappear, and you back off to what's needed to run the facility. So how does the city address what's going to happen when we lose all these construction workers?
Okay, sure. The financial impact analysis only considers the from the time of operation. So the construction workers, that will actually bring an ancillary benefit to the community because as they are here in our community, staying in our hotels and spending money on TOT, purchasing gas, purchasing meals, those sales tax impacts have not been included. So this is only considering post-construction for this financial impact analysis that determines that $2.6 million surplus.
If I could add as well, the other element of this is the general plan update, which didn't get quite as much focus as the more big project, not to use a pun, but the general plan update also plans for continued growth of the rest of the city, the entirety of the city. Perhaps a word on that from Director or Mr. Deek, and how that plans for a continuing jobs growth.
Right, so we included land uses and land use patterns that would help augment and supplement the construction of new homes. And we're recognizing that there's well over 15,000 jobs associated directly or indirectly with the operation of the facility. So even though the construction workers will come and have a good time and then leave, the steady operational jobs will be there. And I might also add that gives time for the developers that are waiting in the wings for this to happen to actually build some new housing. And we've allocated an area for them to do that, and that's all part of the general plan process to make sure that we don't have the boom and bust. Everybody builds, everybody goes home, and then we're left holding the bag. So in this particular instance, the general plan was specifically designed to ensure that we had adequate housing plans for all levels of housing, not just a certain type of housing.
Okay, there's going to be an increase in diesel particulates around the facility itself, but there's also going to be a decrease of that along I-15 with the loss of all these 18-wheel trucks going through. Have you made any analysis of the differences and how much it will be lost and how much you gained?
Yes, we're quite conservative about that. And the reason we're conservative is we have no control over our trucks going up and down our highway. That's regulated elsewhere and it has to do with that. The analysis in the EIR used only those things that BIG was specifically able to implement or change, such as the conversion of Tier 0 to Tier 4 locomotives, such as the renewable oil. We kind of went out of our way to not game the system to say, well, we can take credit for this, because of verification. If you're going to have that in the analysis, you need to be able to verify that it can actually occur. And in this instance, we have no way of doing that. We know there will be a reduction. We can look at it and in a room over a cup of coffee, we can say, well, this is what we think it will be. But in the court of public opinion and ultimately in court, you have to be able to prove that. And the way we prove that is by having the analysis only consider those things within the project that we can control.
Okay, one final question. I strongly support our need for new officers in this town. Sad to say, we definitely need them. But you say you need 6 officers during construction. Why?
Well, there's going to be an influx of people to do the construction. And there's one thing I know about people is they do interesting things that require sometimes people to suggest they do them better. I think I said that politically correct. As soon as you add population to an area, you have the need for additional services. I mean, it's really kind of that way. And then once, of course, the construction folks leave, then we'll have the operational folks, and we'll still need the police officers. And police officer growth is, and firefighter growth, is linked to the entire general plan, not just this project. This just happened to be the first project. There will be other projects, and hopefully other police officer growth, because I like my police officer friends, and firefighter growth, to keep pace with the needs and the services of the community. One of the things that we have to be careful of is that we don't get out over our skis, if you will, and not have the services in place at the time we need them for the community. And so that's why we need the 6 officers, and we have the firefighters there, and we have equipment. All of that is baked into the plan so that we're not chasing our tail, as it were, as the growth occurs. We suddenly kind of catch up. In this particular instance, we're forward thinking. We're leaning back and saying, this is needed now, and this is how we're paying for it. Because we think ultimately it's how you pay for it that's essential in the discussion, because you can promise anything, but if you can't pay for it, then it's just a promise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiesman. Commissioner Lamb, any questions?
Not so many questions, but comments. First of all, I appreciate all of you that came from outside of the area, came from all the unions and everybody who wanted to play a part in the American institution of the United States of America. And we should all be rallying. God, I didn't get that right the second time either. Rallying to say, we're the only country in the world that you can come and say whatever you want, your opinion, your thoughts, and people are still going to be nice to you. So thank you very much for coming. We appreciate that. The second thing I want to address is thank you very much for addressing the issues and the questions that I had as well. I had a number of questions as the process was going through, and our staff was amazingly thoughtful. I think that if the people of Barstow were to look at this, and I wish that more would have stayed, and understood we have a very small staff in the city of Barstow. Can you imagine the amount of work and time and tears and hard work that's taken to get to this point from a very, very small staff? You see other communities like the city of Victorville, the city of Apple Valley and the High Desert, the amount of staffers that they have, wow. We should be all thanking our staff members in our community. For the visitors that came, interestingly enough, the EIR is a very difficult process to look at when you have to read it. I appreciate the thought about it, but the things that you wanted to be addressed were actually in the EIR. CEQA for the state of California is very thoughtful in the state of California, one of the toughest states in the United States in environmental rules. So they have thought about that a lot, and to get their stamp of approval is quite a wonderful thing, which means that place work, BNSF, our staff all worked extremely hard to get all the details correct. Is everything going to be perfect? No. There's a balance to life. And I think that's what we've missed in the United States over the last few years, is balance. You're going to take some of the good, and some is not going to be perfect. But for the greater good of our community, we have to think about that as planning commissioners. And I appreciate that. So just my own little rah-rah comments, but I truly believe that our staff has done an amazing job, and I think we should be shaking some people's hands as we leave this room. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Litt. I myself did have a couple of questions. I'll go on briefly. We heard a lot of job numbers throughout this entire process. Would you guys be able to tell us the number of jobs that will be permanently in Barstow and how that compares to how many jobs we have today?
Thank you for that question. I would like to invite BNSF to come up, and Lena Kent, if she could provide more information. I'm sorry, actually I do have, Genesis was just letting me know she can answer this question. Thank you. And I'll invite Lena to add anything I may have missed. Just going off of what we covered throughout today's presentation, BNSF specifically, the project projects roughly 5,400 permanent jobs will be added by BIG, specifically within the city of Barstow. Compared to today, there are roughly 14,000 jobs citywide. So obviously that's quite a large impact when, again, honing in on specifically the BIG development. But again, I will look to Lena and team should they have any additions.
Thank you. Okay, how soon do we expect these jobs to show up? And as the need for housing increases, do we have the infrastructure in place to accommodate that type of growth?
This one will likely, again, be a group effort if necessary, but I do have a couple of notes. Let me make sense of them for you. Approximately 25,881 total construction jobs, direct and induced, would be generated by the BIG project beginning towards the end of this year, 2026. The BIG project is projected to reach full build-out by 2048, generating over 15,673 new jobs for the region during operation. I do want to highlight for the region on that one. Overall, to just accommodate the corresponding population growth, the city's general plan especially focuses on housing, as we covered quite a bit today, expanding housing opportunities altogether, introducing new zoning districts such as the high-density residential zoning district, other things like essential infrastructure that we covered today and the need to support those expansions. And again, legally guaranteed on the topic of BIG through the development agreement, which again requires BNSF to fully fund and construct major on-site and off-site improvements. For example, in regard to those improvements, things like road widenings and sewer relocations. But in addition to those direct construction, BNSF has essentially committed to paying millions in, well, would be required, I won't say committed, they would be required per city policy to pay development impact fees, which in turn would turn into citywide public works projects or things like other topics such as project areas being annexed into the Odessa Water District to organize utility services. So overall, ensuring adequate public safety for the growing community, the city would utilize the significant tax revenue generated by the BIG project to hire, again, as we covered today, 9 new police officers and 12 new firefighters as well.
Awesome, thank you. One final question, it's kind of long, but, okay. As this project has a development agreement that has a number of community benefits and obligations on behalf of BNSF, how do we know that the items in this development agreement will actually happen? And how do they differ from mitigation measures applied to the
and the needs of the city and what they could bring as a benefit. And so those commitments are binding in the development agreement. It's a legal agreement that we're both committed to following. And I will turn it over to City Attorney Summers to provide any additional information.
Thank you. What I would add is that it's a contract and it's enforceable by the city in court. We are confident the railroad will live up to their commitments as they have over the last 150 years of presence in Barstow. But if something goes wrong, the city has the power to go to court and enforce it as a contract. And that's as strong as we can get in the American system, which enforces contracts. We will also be proceeding with a strict mitigation and monitoring enforcement program separate from the development agreement through the CEQA process, which will ensure compliance by the railroad with all of the mitigation measures as detailed in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And that one we will be doing through regular, ongoing enforcement, as we do for all mitigation requirements, through not just construction, but also operation of the project, ensuring that all mitigation measures are fully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
All I was going to add, Chair, is the difference between a provision of your development agreement and something in the EIR's mitigation measure. We're restricted by...
Could you talk into the mic a little bit more?
I will attempt to do so. Normally they tell me to shut up, so... the fundamental difference between something in a development agreement and something in the EIR is that in the EIR we are prohibited by law from doing anything that isn't directly tied to a significant impact. So the mitigation measure and the mitigation program is tied only to significant impacts disclosed in the EIR. In the world of development agreements, you have no such rules. Those are pure negotiations and can cover all sorts of interesting topics that I'm prohibited from doing within the EIR. So an EIR is a lousy place to try to plan. The development agreement is a much more comfortable area for both the applicant and for the city to be. And of course, the physical impacts of everything in the development agreement are evaluated in the EIR. They don't get off scot-free. I do get to look at them. But at the end of the day, you have much more flexibility with the development agreement than you would with the EIR. That was the only thing I wanted to add.
Thank you, sir. Well, commissioners, anybody else have any last questions or concerns? No? Do we have a motion?
I do want to say about the general plan amendments, because that hasn't been talked about a lot here. As a planning commissioner and a long-term planning commissioner, general plan amendments are a 5, 10, 20-year plan. So behind the scenes, you all don't know that there is a plan for growth. Some things we can do, some things we can't do. But the general plan is hugely important in this process because this is a go-forward basis. How are we going to grow? And what's the plan for helping us grow? Because it's a very thought-out process. And we hadn't really talked about that very much. But I am really proud to make the motion that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 600-2026 as specified in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Mr. Summers, City Attorney, can you please clarify and recommend the motion?
Absolutely.
Recommended motion.
Clarify the recommended motion, just for the record. So thank you. The motion is that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 600-2026, which recommends that the City Council take several actions. And I'll read them just for the record. Certify the city's general plan and Barstow International Gateway big project environmental impact report, make findings of fact, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, and adopt mitigation monitoring and reporting programs. Approve the city's general plan and big specific plan. Approve a development agreement with BNSF. Approve the tentative track map number 20878-1-10 as consistent with the big specific plan. Approve road maintenance and property tax sharing agreements with San Bernardino County. Approve San Bernardino Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, applications requesting approval for LAFCO Action A and LAFCO Action B, resolutions of support as the board for the Barstow Fire Protection District and the Odessa Water District, and adopt related pre-zoning, approve assignment and recordation of related easements, and approve the new zoning map, amend Title 19 of the Barstow Municipal Code, BMC, to create a new business park and new high-density residential zone districts, adopt minor changes to the medium-density residential zone district, eliminate the estate residential zone district, require adopted specific plans to be incorporated by reference into the Barstow Municipal Code, with copies available for review at the clerk's office, and repeal Chapter 1.05 as it is unnecessary and superseded by the updated general plan, and make conforming amendments throughout Title 19 and Title 12 regarding the same. That is the motion as stated in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Secretary, please call for a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Vice Chairman DeLucas,
Yay.
Commissioner Lint,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Bremen,
Yes.
and Commissioner Zemer.
Yes.
And for the record, the motion passes unanimously.
The time is 5:18, and this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
The marathon is next.